testing now. Alright, looks like we're working. Okay. Here we go. I wish this wasn't so loud. Thump, thump. We're gonna try another. Before we do it, before we go. Some people come on. Take headphones. So you're listening all the time now. Goodness sakes. Hello? How's this going? Hopefully it's better than the last. That's so strange. Why is there an echo? Sorry, I had a delay for that response. Is there an echo? Do I hear an echo? We will see. La, we'll see. Okay, that's a strange jarble, but we'll work with it. Let's go back into it. Oh dear. Oh dear indeed. Are we capturing? What? Here we go. Choice of robots. Excuse me. Okay. In the wart, where are you? In the court of the Egyptian god Anubis, answering for my sins. I won't read through the rest because that's the one I'm going to choose. So let's do that. You see an robotic Anubis, jackal-headed guardian of the Egyptian underworld, seated on the throat of golden etched silicone in the hall of dark glass. He holds scales on which he weighs a clockwork heart against a silicone brain. Tell me your sins, robot maker, Anubis says. And then I say, your scales balance because I gave my robots neither hearts nor minds. My minions obeyed me without question as I conquered Alaska. Oh, yeah. I recall, says Anubis. Your reign of terror sent me many souls, both robot and human. The black glass behind the god, shimmers and reveals a snowy battlefield littered with flaming debris and stained with blood. You see yourself standing alone on the battlefield. Your right arm has been replaced with a kind of cannon. An American jet fighter flies overhead. You fire a rocket-propelled grenade from your prosthetic weapon. The grenade homes in on the jet, using its own rudimentary intelligence, and the vehicle erupts in a fireball. The pilot of that jet was quite an interesting soul, says Anubis. Anubis says, oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I'll get better. I'm so sorry. You mistake me for someone who cares, you say. I traded my humanity for power. So you did, Anubis says. Are you satisfied? No. Then you may try again, Anubis says. Surely, if you acquire still more power, you will finally be at peace. Anubis throws his head back and laughs like a hyena. You throw your head back and laugh with the old god. Maniacal laughter is quite enjoyable, you decide. You'll have to do it more often. Anyway, some things are in our control and others are not. Epictetus. I'm sorry, I don't like. I'm the worst reader, but we'll do our best. Excuse me. Here we go. You awake with your head on a desktop keyboard. Your 3D drafting program is still open. The schematics zoom in to the recesses where your smartphone will snap into the back to act as its brain. You recall fiddling with that part endlessly last night until finally you're. Oh my god! Dog. We'll have to deal with this. Thank you for joining the stream. The test stream it must be then, huh?
Got to know you before you faded away. I got to know you, got to love you. Just keep on walking down to separate ways. I can show you, escaping your pain now. You break down, you're drained now. Your heart pounds, your lips move, your eyes shine. You lose it all. I'll just wait here as you're fading away. I got to know you, got to love you. One thing to say before you're fading away. I really love you. Escaping your pain now. You break down, you're drained now. Your heart pounds, your lips move, your eyes shine. You lose it all. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. Now you sail away.
When your pain break down, your pain now, your heart pounds, your lips move, your eyes shine. You lose it all.
Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. Now you sail away. Escaping your pain now. You break down, you're drained now. Your heart pounds, your lips move, your eyes shine. You lose it all. Got to know you before you faded away. I got to know you, got to love you. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. Now you sail away. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. Now you sail away.
Show scan. It's the fall button. You awaken with your head on a desktop keyboard. Volume level 100. It's the fall. You awaken with your head on a desktop keyboard. Your 3D drafting program is still open. The schematic zoomed into the recess where your smartphone will snap into its back to act as its brain. You recall fiddling with that part endlessly last night, until finally, your vision began to fade, there was a roaring in your ears, and you realized you had been working far, far too long. You must have passed out. It's the fall of 2019. You're a 24-year-old graduate student in the PhD program in computer science at Stanford. And you're a guy. Radio button, selected, 1 of 2. Next, button, Alt, exiting narrator. Scan, no next item, no next, volume, no next item. Exiting narrator. Scan, you look around your apartment. What does it look like? My BattleBots trophy is perched on a widescreen TV equipped with the latest video game consoles. Neatly labeled plastic shelving units sit on a 3D printer-equipped robot workbench. Busts of famous philosophers sit next to my own attempts to sculpt them. My shelves display all of the strange little robotic creatures I've made over the years. My shelves display all of the strange little robotic creatures I've made over the years. Radio button, selected, 4 of 4. Next, show stats button. You've always been fascinated with the idea of creating artificial life. You've got at least 20 such creations on your shelves. Their construction materials a timeline of your life. The earliest is made of toothpicks and glue. The latest, a spider robot you made out of your old smartphone when your plan gave you a new one. Your creations often confuse people who don't get that robots don't have to be for anything. When people pick up your three-legged, wall-climbing robot that sings when it detects encrypted wireless packets, they ask, "What the heck is that for?" And you reply, "What's anything for? What are you for?" Okay, maybe you don't say that, but you sometimes think it. And autonomy. It strikes you for a moment that this kind of thinking about how your life affects your robots is second nature to you, though others might find it peculiar. You've always been fascinated by how every little detail of your life, from the content of your dreams to the decor of your room, changes the inputs to the robots you create, boosts their empathy, or autonomy, or grace, or appeal to the military. Surely, there are other things going on around you as a result of your decisions, but they don't immediately strike you in the same way. Today, your robot is foremost on your mind because you're about to build its body. You pick up your laptop and head for the Stanford machine shop. Next, button, it is a beautiful spring day in Palo Alto, California, and your apartment is only a short walk from the machine shop. Button, it is a button, H. It is a button, it, button, menu. Show stats button, a exiting narrator. Choice of robots scan, button, it is a beautiful spring, button, achievements, exiting narrator.
All right. We'll take over. Here we go. I'll read it again. It is a beautiful spring day in Palo Alto, California, and your apartment is only a short walk from the machine shop. But the streets of Palo Alto are not designed for walking, and you find yourself climbing around the palm trees and balancing on narrow curbs, as you do every day. You hear a low roar overhead. Glancing up, you see it's a flying car, a Nimbus. A little over $300,000 can buy you a car with wings that fold out, so that it becomes a small sports plane. That's a regular plane. Yeah. The red Nimbus looks sleek and sporty. It's a sort of car its owner takes religiously to the car wash, though the commercials would have you believe it can fly anywhere you want. You can fly anywhere you want in those cars. The FAA still requires them to take off and land from airports. Only here in wealthy Silicon Valley do you see them with any frequency. The first time you saw one, you couldn't quite believe the future had arrived so quickly. But the second time you saw one, you thought, I will own one of those one day. I swear it. Yep. You've been saving money for a while now. It's not much, but every little bit counts, you feel. Your frugility helps as much as your investments. Yeah. All right, let's see if she will take over. Please, dear lady, please, if you will.
Scan button. The Stanford University fabrication shop smells like oil and burnt plastic. The room is dominated by large, metal, hand-cranked milling machines and lathes, dinosaurs of the 20th century, while the most used machines are the smaller 3D printers and computer controlled water jet cutters that take a quarter of the space. The lights have the sterile fluorescence of an operating room, with only a single, tiny window near the ceiling to inform you that it is day. You start up a national public radio podcast on your laptop. You haven't seen your advisor much since you joined the lab, so you choose the episode in which he's the interviewee. My guest today is Dr. Harvey Ziegler, says a woman with a soothing voice. Well, a scientist. My guest today is Dr. Harvey Ziegler, says a woman with a soothing voice. Dr. Ziegler, thank you for talking with us today. Well, a scientist does have some responsibility to inform the unwashed masses, Terry. You let the podcast run as you walk over to the 3D printers. What material have you decided to use for your robot? Plastic. It may break easily, but it's both lightweight and cheap. Metal. It is the most resistant to damage. Wood. It is the most pleasing to the hand and eye. Metal. It is the most resistant to damage. Metal. Next, show stats button, menu, and military. You walk over to the computer-controlled water jet cutter, where a helpful pictogram shows the jet of abrasive-filled water slicing a hand in two. Dr. Ziegler, in your new book, you talk about the singularity. Could you describe for our listeners what that is? Terry, the singularity is the coming time when artificial intelligences will have figured out how to make themselves, and us, smarter. Once that happens, the process will build on itself until the robots are smart enough to figure out how we can live forever. Is that possible? The interviewer asks. Living forever. Of course, Professor Ziegler says. What does it matter whether our operating systems are made out of meat or silicon? So you're predicting we'll become robots? Not exactly, Ziegler says. But I do think the line between humans and robots will blur. You are hardly listening to the podcast, because you're about to make your first robot part. What does the head of your robot look like? A human face, as lifelike as I can make it. Radio button, A simple box with eyes, clearly not trying to be anything but a robot. It will be felt covered and big-eyed, like a puppet, so people will not be afraid of it. It will have a ring of cameras around its head for a 360-degree view. It will look like a Venetian mask, beautiful, expressionless, and otherworldly. It will look like a Venetian mask, beautiful, expressionless, and otherworldly. Next, show stats button. The water jet cutter quickly cuts the face, the small nose, the dainty mouth, the large black holes where CCD panels will absorb all light. It takes somewhat longer to add the intricate metal frill that adds a corona to the mask. This is a robot that will command awe and grace, empathy. Well, Dr. Ziegler, what makes you think the singularity will happen now? Well, for one thing, I'm around. But seriously, my lab is taking a unique approach because we're saying, why not teach a robot like a child? We're going to equip the robot with the best sensors money can buy and teach it English. Then it could rapidly teach itself using the internet. Well, that's annoying. Your advisor thought that a robot child was a stupid idea until you told him Turing proposed it back in 1950, minus the internet part. But he isn't giving credit to either of you. You keep working, regardless. How will your robot get around? It will walk upright on 2 legs. It will crawl on 8 legs, radio button. It will roll on wheels. It will fly like a helicopter. It will roll on tank treads. It will walk upright but will also have delicate wings it can use for balance. It will walk upright on 2 legs, radio button. Next, show stats button. When the water jet cutter is done with the head, you start the program that produces the torso, and cue up the upper and lower legs. You think being bipedal will help your robot get along with humans, though it will also make it easier for your robot to trip and fall. And empathy, grace. You use the basic, hand-cranked milling machines to drill holes in the head for screws, since water jet cutters aren't the best for threaded holes. And who is going to raise this robotic child? The interviewer asks. Who does all the grunt work in a research laboratory? Professor Ziegler says. The graduate students, of course. You find yourself wanting to reply to the podcast. It's not grunt work. Education is critical to the robot's development. We also do all of the real science. Perhaps you could learn something from doing a little grunt work yourself, Professor Ziegler. No, next item. It's not grunt work. Education is critical to the robot's development. Radio button. Next, show stats button, achievements button. Menu. Graduate students always overestimate the degree to which teaching actually matters, says Professor Ziegler, who appears to have entered the machine shop behind you when you weren't looking. If the robot's smart, it'll learn no matter what, and if it's not, it won't. Professor Ziegler is a heavy-set man wearing a Hawaiian shirt and aviator sunglasses. He stalks over to your computer. We'll be back in a moment, continues the interviewer. We're talking with Professor. Professor Ziegler pauses the podcast by hitting your laptop's spacebar, and you flinch at this intrusion. He then pulls a cigar from his pocket and lights it, and the smell of smoke mingles with the oily smell of the machine shop. I'm writing a grant for DARPA and I need to see what you're making back here. We ultimately get funded by the Department of Defense, so we have to make sure they are happy with our product. He casts a critical eye on the work you've done so far. Metal's a good choice, Ziegler says. They all want things that appear durable in the field. Professor Ziegler turns to examining your robot's head, which is currently sitting on the table next to the water jet cutter. That seems all right, Ziegler says. Looks like it could be sufficiently intimidating. And what are you planning to do for arms and hands? Professor Ziegler says. Tyrannosaurus rex was the most intimidating dinosaur imaginable, wasn't it? It will have T-Rex arms. It will have a gun for an arm. Like Mega Man. Mechanical grippers built for strength instead of dexterity. I was thinking sort of Swiss Army knife hands with tools that pop out of the fingers. I plan to build a soft hand with a good sense of touch. I was thinking, why just 2 arms? It will have lots of arms springing out of its back, like Inspector Gadget. Button, Alt and N, next. I was thinking sort of Swiss Army knife hands with tools that pop out of the fingers, radio button, select next, show stats button, achievements button, menu. I like it, Professor Ziegler says. It could repair other robots on the battlefield. Right, it'll have a screwdriver finger, a lock-picking finger, a mini USB port finger. You decline to mention the bottle opener, though you think that could be popular with soldiers, too. And military, regardless, experience with a variety of different tools should prove useful in more than just military robots. You wonder if you could make a surgical robot with the same design. And Grace, fine, Ziegler says, waving away further explanation. Carry on, then. He turns to leave. I've got to go take a call from a New York Times reporter. Funny how journalists all copy each other's stories, but each garble the message in a unique way. He makes it to the door, then turns and says, "Oh, one more thing. Do you think your robot can be ready by tomorrow? Someone from the Air Force will be in town, and I told her your robot might be ready to show off by then." You feel your phone vibrating in your pocket. Bad timing. You resist the urge to check it while talking to your advisor. But it's probably someone with a better offer for what to do tonight. No, there's no way this robot will be done by tomorrow. Sorry. The robot will be done, but a demo will be out of the question. We need to test first. Of course. Button, Alt and N, next. Choice, button, but, Professor Ziegler nods appreciatively. Excellent. Good attitude. We'll make a professor of you yet. I'll tell Captain Rogers to meet you here tomorrow. It's a nice, controlled environment, pretty consistent light levels. I think not much can go wrong. Yes, sir. Professor Ziegler turns and walks out of the machine shop. You find yourself unclenching your hands. Who was calling you while Professor Ziegler was talking to you? Ellie Lao, a user experience designer and supportive friend, radio button, selected, 1 of 3. Button, from the missed call, your phone is displaying Ellie's profile photo. It's a picture of Josh and Ellie from the freshman welcome week dance, 7 years ago. Ellie is wearing a red, Chinese dress with gold trim, her long, straight, black hair falling down to the epaulettes. The flash is too bright in the picture, making Ellie's pale skin look washed out. Josh is wearing his usual grey hoodie, not having bothered to dress up for the dance, and his arm is around Ellie. Space. From the I was in love with. What is the story behind that picture? I was in love with Josh's friend Ellie, but my studies always came first in college. Radio button, selected. Button, yes, you pined after Ellie in college, but knew that you would not have the time to pursue romance, not while you were taking 5 classes, some of them graduate work. And grace, plus autonomy. That photo is from one of the dances during freshman orientation. Before you had homework, you never went to another one. You continue to hope that someday, your perseverance and dedication will pay off. But a little part of you still longs for Ellie. It's a part you fear, and even though she's working just an hour away in San Francisco, you haven't seen her much recently. You notice that Ellie also left you a text. Ellie wants to meet for dinner at a jazz and sushi place in San Francisco, which is about an hour north of you. She also has tickets to a rendition of the musical Pippin in which most of the characters are robots. Sounds like a date. That's a little terrifying. You text back. I don't reply. I'd prefer to pretend I missed the text. Afraid I can't deny it. Sounds great. See you then. Sounds great. Next, choice of robot. Button. But, great. Ellie texts back. See you then. You spend the rest of the day drilling holes, polishing surfaces, cutting parts, and screwing things together. When you are done, your robot's body stands before you, a metal bipedal robot with a masked head and multi-tool hands. The whole thing is about 3 feet tall. To get missing image descriptions, open the context menu. Choice of robots. Now it only needs a name. Pickle. Now it only needs a name. What will you name your robot? Pickle. Pickle. Curry. Curry. Miku. Daniel. Cuisinart. Kilale. Ariel. Caliban. Famulus. Gardlu. I. Caliban. Ariel. Ariel. Next, choice of robots. Button, show stats. You name your robot after the spirit servant from Shakespeare's The Tempest. You think yourself a little Prospero-like, after all, and perhaps, if Ariel is good, you will eventually set the robot free. Now that Ariel has a body, it might be time to treat Ariel more like a person. With what pronouns will you refer to Ariel? It is just fine. It's not human. I will refer to her as feminine, radio button, non-selected, 2 of 4. I will refer to him as masculine. I would prefer to use entirely new pronouns for robots, re, ra, and rim, radio button, selected, 4 of 4. I will refer to her as feminine. Next, choice of robots. Button, encouraging people to think of Ariel as human-like, as opposed to object-like, should help her get along with people. And empathy, you look on Ariel's 3-foot-tall bipedal body with satisfaction. Now all she needs are motors and a mind. The motors will have to wait for tomorrow, but you've spent years in graduate school writing the code that would form this robot's mind. You can hardly wait to try it out. You take out your smartphone to check the time. It's almost evening. You hurry home to prepare for your dinner with LE. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, a contemplative sax solo greets you as you open the door to Yoshi's. The place is a little cramped and very busy. A tiny jazz quartet has set up in the far corner of the restaurant, piano, drums, sax, and a petite Japanese woman in a kimono holding a mic but directing her attention to the soloist. Near the band, Ellie Lao is reading a book at her table. She's dyed her hair rose red, that's new. Her straight locks come down to her jaw. She has pale skin, but her eyes look pacific. She's wearing a black cardigan over a lavender top, a black and white checkered skirt, and leather shoes. Her book is titled The Design of Everyday Things, and its cover depicts a red teapot with its spout facing the same way as the handle. Next, choice of robots. But, you join her at the table. Hey. She looks up and smiles. Hey. She leans down to put her book in her purse. What have you been up to? Ellie asks. I've been working all day on a new robot, you reply. Just the frames built right now, but I wish I'd had time to add motors and start its mind running today. It probably could have learned a lot from even this conversation. She casts you a skeptical look. What would you hope it to learn, exactly? The rhythm of normal social interaction, how to reconnect with an old friend, how not to talk to a girl. Negative examples are important, radio button, non-selected, but she laughs. This is why I like you. That dry, techie humor. Do you want to come by tomorrow and see her after I power her on? You ask. It's going to be really cool. Ellie shrugs. Sure, sounds good. It is a Sunday tomorrow, after all. And I'm curious to see you interacting with one of your robots. You used to rave about them all the time, but I don't think I ever saw one. Ellie cocks her head to one side. What is it with you and robots, anyway? Haven't you ever wanted to change the world? I think I just find them comforting, somehow. Like very confused pets. I think you'll find I'm not the most introspective person in the world. I think I just find them comforting, somehow. Like very confused pets. Next, choice of robots. Ellie grins. I could say the same about you. She leans over and ruffles your hair. Ruffle her hair playfully, radio button, non-selected, 4 of 4. Button. You fall into fits of giggling, trying to mess up each other's hair, until the waitress awkwardly approaches. Are you two ready to order? You've both hardly looked at the menu, so you have to tell the waitress to come back. The tastiest marquee rolls look like they are named after jazz standards. When the waitress returns, you tell her you'll have the the don't g- the d- the paper moon radio button non-selected 3 of 3. When the waitress leaves, Ellie says, "Paper Moon is such a cute song." She sings, "But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me." She considers you. Doesn't surprise me, you're the sort of person who wants to make dreams real. Thanks, you say. You're beginning to think she might like you. Like. Score. So okay, you're beginning to think she might like you. Like. Score. So okay, she says. Let's say that you succeed. Robots are among us. What's good about that? What do you want them to do? I just want to make something beautiful. Radio button. Next, choice of Illy blinks. Ha! I wasn't expecting you to say that. You take out your smartphone, the one that's going to become Ariel's mind, and show Illy pictures of the frame under construction. Check it out. You know, the more I look at it, the clearer it becomes that you have a really keen design sense, she says. I'm impressed. Thanks, you say. I think you're really going to do something amazing someday, she says. I know it. Cool, you say, grinning a little. The waitress brings your order of paper moon marquee and you dig in to eat. Just then, your phone buzzes. You take it out to glance at it, it's reporting malware on your phone's memory card. Is something wrong? Illy asks. One sec, you quickly glance at the warning details. Apparently, some kind of virus has decided to take control of your phone's microphone. It appears to be sending the packets of audio data somewhere. Ha! 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 One! Ha! Pow! Ha! Of all the times to get a security warning on your phone, who the heck would want to listen to your conversation? You really can't think of anyone. Power off the phone and don't worry about it. Ask to search Illy's phone for evidence of similar malware. Just keep copies of the data as it transmits. It'll be useful for training Ariel. Next. But you've read that it's possible to train machine learning algorithms to tell the difference between awkward and non-awkward pauses, and the correct amount of time to wait before responding to show that you're listening but engaged. Since the malware just seems to be sending data when either of you speaks, you realize that even though the data's encrypted, you could probably at least use the timing information to improve your new robot's social skills. You're pretty sure this will be a pretty good example for your robot of people getting along famously. And empathy. You continue the meal chatting about random topics and enjoying the food. Illy talks about how it's difficult to meet new people after graduating from college. Since Illy is half Asian, she runs into a surprising number of people doing online dating who are either Asian or white and can't accept that she's both. She looks to you meaningfully and appreciatively when she says this, until you finally realize she might be dropping a hint. In college, you had never quite believed someone like Ellie would be interested in you. But apparently, she is. Next, but Pippin turns out to be about the subject you've been thinking about the most lately: how to live an extraordinary life instead of an ordinary one. Ellie sold you on this particular production because the supporting cast, everyone but Pippin and the love interest, are all robots. You can see in the play's opening number that the robots are following pre-programmed steps, and are not intelligent in themselves, but then, that doesn't surprise you. In 2019, artificial intelligence is still mostly being used for handy websites and smartphone apps, not robots. The first song, Corner of the Sky, is about Pippin's feeling that he doesn't belong anywhere, and wondering what the purpose of his life is. The robots, which look like imitations of Robbie the robot from Forbidden Planet, are toiling at ordinary lives while Pippin sings about his wish for something better. This is called an I Wish song. Ellie whispers to you. I heard on This American Life that all musicals have to start with a song that is about what the protagonist longs for. It's like the unwritten rule of musicals. You think for a moment about what your I Wish song would be, and suddenly recall your conversation with the robot Anubis this morning. It was, perhaps, a peculiar sort of I Wish song. You think of Ariel's new frame you built today. You suppose whatever future that dream was hinting at, you still have a long way to go. You are startled to find that Ellie has taken hold of your hand. Squeeze her hand. Squeeze her hand. Quietly panic and squeeze her hand. Squeeze her hand. Next, the play. You squeeze her hand back and realize that, just like that, you're kind of a couple now. You had no idea it could be so easy. The play goes through a series of vignettes in which Pippin leaves one lifestyle after another. He's not content to be a soldier, nor a king, nor a simple man in love. As Pippin sings about how he's going to leave the woman he met in the countryside to achieve something great, you think, he's right to leave a simple life to achieve something extraordinary. He's right. He's a fool to give up his love just because he has delusions of grandeur. Radio button, non-selected, 2 of 2. But you resolve that you will not be like this self-involved protagonist. You will, above all, live a good life, and if it means not making it into the history books, well, they can talk about someone else, for all you care. You're pleased to see that Pippin makes the same choice. Presented with a ring of fire to jump through to achieve greatness, he decides not to go through with it, and returns to his love. Isn't that the hero's journey, to come back to the place you knew and appreciate it? Why not love your home from the beginning? Streamlabs desktop pane. Exiting narrator.
Okay, I will say, I just need to comment on this part of the story. Hmm. I agree with the choices I make. You know, that's why I made those choices, of course. I choose family, I choose love over delusions of grandeur. But there's a reason we know the name of Achilles. Like, that story is still true. They told him, I believe, you could be here and you could be home and you could be happy. You could live a good life. Or you could go to Troy and live forever. I mean, like the glory of forever. I mean, who am I? A dude from Jersey. Who am I? You know, United States. Not even near Troy. I know this man's name. Achilles. So, there is an argument to the other side, but personally, like someone said, I think it was a story, I would have been a poet instead of a soldier. At least in that context of glory. Yeah. There's other ways to achieve glory now with our world, but hey, I don't want fame either. Hey, I'm just trying to share good stuff with you guys. So here we go. Here we go. We're going back to it. All right. All right. Here we go. Take it away, Ariel. Hey.
Scan, button, achievements, button, menu, volume. You resolve that you will not, but perhaps you're pleased to see that Pippin makes the same choice. Presented with a ring of fire to jump through to achieve greatness, he decides not to go through with it, and returns to his love. Isn't that the hero's journey, to come back to the place you knew and appreciate it? Why not love your home from the beginning? But perhaps you're the sort of person who will get wrapped up in history whether you will it or not. Who knows? Since the evening is going well, Ellie asks to see more of your robots. But that would mean going back to my place, you say, and then you say, oh. Next, show stats, but I'm sorry. You return to your apartment and flick on the light, somewhat embarrassed at the unmade bed and mess of clothes you've left on the floor. I'm sorry you couldn't see my robot in action tonight, you say. Here, check this out. You show Ellie a little, eight-legged robot with an old smartphone for a body. What is it with you and phone robots? Ellie asks. Well, I hate to throw out my old phone when my plan gives me a free one, you respond. The processor's usually still as powerful as a desktop from a few years ago. So I use my old phones for robots. This one does simultaneous localization and mapping, or SLAM for short. You power on the robot, and let it go on your floor. It promptly starts ramming the trash can next to your bed. Slam, you say, Ellie says, amused. It worked in college. Isn't it a little dark in here? Ellie says. She peers up at your fishbowl-shaped light fixture. I think one of the bulbs is out up there. She stands on a chair, quickly unscrews the light fixture, and hands it to you. Indeed, one of the two light bulbs underneath is out. Thanks, you say, a little embarrassed. The light fixture is also hella dusty. Streamlabs
It's
desktop
hella dusty.
1.12. Choice of robots pane is, thanks, you say, a little embarrassed. The light fixture is also hella dusty. You have another, she asks, unscrewing the dead bulb. No, you say, then an idea strikes you. I think pickles are luminescent when you electrify them. I saw it on the Discovery Channel once. I have one in my fridge. Ellie gives you a dubious but curious look. Come on. Pickle. Come on. Pickle. You're right, it's probably not bright enough for the robot. I'll ask my neighbors for a CFL bulb, radio, or we could just leave the lights off. Or we could just leave the lights off. Next, show stats button, achievements button, Menu, what did you have in mind? Ellie says coyly. Kiss Ellie, then call it a night. Kiss Ellie, then see if things can go farther. Hug Ellie. Button, Alt and N, next. Next. Kiss Ellie, then see if things can go. Next, show stats button, achievements button, menu in the dark, you kiss Ellie. She enthusiastically returns the kiss. You start to remove her layers. She helps you. Her underthings are red, like her coat. What happens next, we will not embarrass you with here. It is too sacred, you know already that you will carry scenes from this night with you for a long time, as examples of a time when you were absolutely, without reservation, happy. The fact that your happiness doesn't involve robots at all confuses and frightens you a little bit, but you feel your world getting just a little larger. Still, later, when Ellie is already asleep, your mind has already returned to Ariel. What will the Air Force officer think of Ariel tomorrow? Despite yourself, you spend the night imagining one scenario after another, worrying about whether Ariel will be ready or not. Button, Alt and N, Chapter 2, Machine Learning. Show stats button, achievements button, menu. The next day, you take Ariel's frame to the Stanford Hacker Space, which has more tools for electronics than the fabrication shop. None of the other students are around in the morning on a Sunday, but the long stainless steel workbenches are littered with their strange, half-finished projects, a half-disassembled Furby, a potato gun, a circuit board connected to a houseplant. Captain Rogers will be here soon, you hope you'll finish in time. You begin assembling the motors and wires that will power Ariel's frame. What will you use for a power source? A car battery. It's big and bulky but also inexpensive and locally made. A motorcycle battery, not quite as bulky nor as powerful as the car battery. A biodiesel engine. Good for the environment, and everybody likes the smell of French fries. Cell phone batteries made in China, lightweight and cheap while providing reasonable power. Clearly the best choice for a dexterous robot. Button, Alt and N, next. Choice. Cell phone batteries are the obvious choice for your robot, providing long-lived power at just the right level for small motors. It looks like these are mostly made in China, so they are cheap as well. You use several in the design, so that the head and limbs are each powered by a separate battery. You'll need a lot of motors to be able to power your full robot, in addition to the motors she needs when she walks and the motors to power her multi-tool hands. She also needs motors for moving her head and eyes. But after speccing out the power available to you, you can still splurge by adding extra motors in one place. What will it be? Extra degrees of freedom in the face for realistic facial expressions, in Ariel's multi-tool hands for fine manipulation, radio button, non-selected, 2 of 3. Next, choice of robots. Button, show. You add several small motors to her thumbs, and a couple motors to each finger. Now she should be able to thread the eye of a needle. And Grace. It's about lunchtime when there's a knock on the door, odd, because usually fellow hackers just walk right in. You open the door and see a woman of color wearing a lime green tank top and shorts, as though she's been out running. She grins and says, "Sorry to barge in on you. Captain Juliet Rogers. I'm an acquisitions officer for the Air Force." She offers to shake your hand. How to san, you say, shaking the proffered hand. You thought the demo was supposed to be in the afternoon, but apparently, that's not the plan. I was hoping to see this robot Professor Ziegler keeps telling me about, she says. Is that it? You proudly admit that it is. Very cool, she says, though she says the word slowly, as if it's unfamiliar. Can I see it in action? You agree to perform a demonstration, not really seeing the harm. I was just about to run the first test. You take your smartphone out of your pocket and snap it into place in the core of the robot's frame. Interesting, Juliet says. Does the whole robot only need the off-the-shelf processing power of a smartphone? Yep, you say proudly. You then put the tiny periscope in place that will channel light from the robot's ostensible eyes to your smartphone's camera. You start up the app that will bring your robot fully to life. A barbershop pole progress bar inches across the screen as the program systematically destroys all the other information on your phone to make room for Ariel's working memory. As the program is booting, you place Ariel on the Formica floor so that she is ready to move around. When Ariel's brain is done booting up, your smartphone's screen is simply a big, red button on your robot's back that says Go. Button, Alt and N, Go. Choice of robots. Show stats, button. Space. Show stats. Button, Ariel slowly raises, then lowers. Ariel slowly raises, then lowers, her multi-tool hands. She then makes a motion as if she's gathering energy near her chest to throw a fireball, but strikes an imploring pose instead. It's doing Tai Chi, Juliet says, nonplussed. Why is it doing Tai Chi? It's sort of traditional in Japan to show off new robots' grace of movement by having them do interpretive dance, you explain. It seemed like a good idea for letting her learn her motor parameters in a controlled way. Plus, if she does this whenever she wakes up in the morning, it's good practice for her motor control. And grace. Ariel completes her Tai Chi warm-up with grace. Juliet claps. I'm impressed. Juliet claps. I'm impressed. You feel pretty good about that. A whole flawless run the first time out means that your motor control code is pretty great. Target acquired, she says in a raspy voice, looking at Juliet. Exiting narrator.
Target acquired.
Scan. It's target acquired, she says in a raspy voice, looking at Juliet. Oh really, Juliet says, raising an eyebrow. You'd planned at this stage of testing that Ariel would chase and attack a wind-up mouse. You didn't realize Juliet would be here when you performed your test. You've still got the wind-up mouse in your pocket. I let her attack Juliet, curious to see who will win. Next, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You let Ariel attempt to attack Juliet. Juliet herself watches with a clinical interest. When Ariel makes a grab for her with her multi-tool hands, Juliet quickly pulls off a judo throw that sends Ariel to the floor. Juliet then waits patiently for Ariel to struggle her way to her feet. Then, she dashes Ariel to the floor again. Getting there, I guess, Juliet says. Better than anything that's come before. Despite her utter humiliation of Ariel, Juliet seems reasonably impressed. Ariel, desist you say? Yes, master. Is master all right for what Ariel calls you? Yes. Classic. No, Ariel should call me by my first name. I prefer sensei. A simple sir will do. I'd like to type exactly what my robot should call me. Button, Alt and N, next. No, Ariel should call me by my first name. Radio button, next, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You decide to encourage Ariel to be an individual, not your servant. Please, call me Howl. And empathy, yes, Howl. Neat, Juliet says. Thanks for showing me all that. You're welcome, you say. I've got a knife throwing practice to attend, so I guess I'll see you later. Juliet waves ironically to Ariel. Bye, slugger. Wait, what, you say? Knife throwing practice? That's a thing. Juliet looks a little embarrassed. It's for the Society for Creative Anachronism. Probably a bit archaic for a robot maker like you. You consider your options for what to do for the rest of the day. Now would be a good time to show Ariel to Josh, to see whether he's interested in funding her further development. I should show the robot to Josh. Actually, knife throwing sounds pretty interesting. Can I join you? I should fix the little things I noticed during the demo before I forget. I should probably get a new phone in case Mom wants to call tonight. I'd rather start teaching Ariel words. Button, Alt and N, next. Show stats button, achievements button, menu. Sure, Juliet says. I'll pick you up in the loop at the center of campus in about an hour. I need to get changed. You agree to this plan? Will you drop Ariel off at your apartment, or bring her to this knife-throwing event? Teaching a robot how to throw knives sounds like creative anachronism to me. I should probably drop Ariel off at home. Button, Alt and N, next. Show stats button, achievements button, menu. You decide to bring Ariel along to the knife-throwing event. What could go wrong? Since you have an hour to kill before Juliet picks you up, you decide to take a brief walk around campus with Ariel. Palm trees, you tell Ariel. Palm trees, she says. She speaks in a monotone, like a classic robot. A sequence of auto-tuned notes, like human speech but more musical. A nasal, excitable voice, like a hyperactive munchkin with a cold. Button, Alt and N, next. Show stats button, achievements button, menu. Ariel speaks with each syllable on a different note of a major scale, rising or falling in thirds and fifths when asking a question, expressing doubt, or providing a contrast. The lilting result sounds pleasant and a little otherworldly. And Grace. Ariel turns her attention to the sky. White palm trees, she asks. Clouds, you say. Clouds. Ariel says. You think your word learning code is working? Ariel is learning to associate words with things. Of course, Ariel might currently believe that most things are either clouds or palm trees, but that's better than thinking everything is a palm tree. Ariel turns her attention to the sun. Blinded, she panics and flails her multi-tool hands. Hey, look away, you say, guiding her head. Don't look right at the sun. She relents to your touch. And empathy, at precisely the time she promised, Juliet drives by the loop at the center of Stanford's campus to pick you up. She's driving a sporty, red BMW that is probably a rental. She's also wearing a corset and an anachronistic-looking brown skirt. When she sees you've brought Ariel, she makes a sour face. I guess that's what I deserve for inviting a roboticist to an SCA meetup. What? Knife-throwing robots are totally creatively anachronistic. You get in the passenger seat, holding Ariel in your lap. They don't really want you to be anachronistic, Juliet says, though she doesn't kick Ariel out of the car before pulling away. They are actually very concerned with historical accuracy. Then they should change their name. Probably, Juliet agrees. Button, Alt and N, next. Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu on the drive to the knife-throwing event. Juliet explains a little bit more about herself. Though she is cagey about what she does for the military, she says that she ends up traveling a lot because of her work, and is often in the position of wanting to find a community of people in a new place where she doesn't have to avoid awkward questions about what she does. I've always had a thing for fantasy literature, she says, so I found myself gravitating toward historical recreation and role-playing groups. SCA, LARPs, you name it. LARP. Live action role-playing, she explains. But whatever you do, do not call the SCA LARPs. They hate that. They consider themselves much more serious than LARPs. Are they all medieval historians? No, medieval historians can't stand the SCA the way the SCA can't stand LARPs, Juliet says. It's all very complicated. I'll have to draw you a picture of the geek hierarchy sometime. But I like it all. You've got to admit, if these various subgenres of medieval fans consider each other unacceptably impure, they're probably not going to like Ariel very much. But at least you've begun to understand Juliet a bit better. Button, Alt and N, next. Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. The SCA meetup is about an hour south of Palo Alto, in the garlic capital of the world, Gilroy. You find it hard to believe that a whole town could stink so strongly of garlic, but it does. You park in front of a suburban house with a big backyard, and proceed to the back, where a handful of people wearing capes, corsets, tunics, breeches, doublets, pantaloons, and big boots are all throwing knives end over end at targets hung on faraway trees. Ariel tags along at your heels as you approach the throwing range. Well met, Lady Elizabeth, says a man in a somewhat flouncy green shirt and billowing black pantaloons, addressing Juliet. It's been a long time since we've seen you in the West Kingdom. He offers a set of throwing knives to Juliet. Well met, Lord Jacob, Juliet says, taking the knives. Seeing your confusion, She explains to you, Elizabeth is my SCA name. You're not sure why Juliet isn't a perfectly good medieval name, but you know better than to object. There probably weren't too many women of color running around medieval, wherever they are pretending to be, so perhaps the different names allow them to gloss over such things. Some for master as well, he says, offering the knives to you. You take the proffered knives and thank him. I ask for extra knives for Ariel. I secretly hand my knives to Ariel. I won't push my luck, I'll throw knives, but Ariel will not. Button, Alt and N, next. Show stats button, achievements button, menu you decide Ariel can just watch this time. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu over the course of the afternoon, you quietly abandon all hope that you could one day defend yourself with throwing knives. Even when your spinning knife hits the target, its handle clunks uselessly against the wood about half the time. At least Ariel helpfully retrieves your knives from the weeds behind the target. You think she is enjoying being a kind of helpful companion to you? And empathy, in contrast, Juliet's knives consistently thunk into the wooden target, drawing scattered claps from the other SCR Dianes. You notice that she tends to go to exactly the same distance from the target each time, holds the knife in exactly the same way each time, and spends a moment to focus before each careful throw. You hadn't realized before that knife throwing was a kind of Zen archery, more of a meditative practice rather than a useful combat skill per se. On the drive back, you express admiration for Juliet's knife-throwing skill, and she seems pleased that you take an interest. It's nearing sundown. I think I'm attracted to Juliet. I ask whether she's interested in spending the evening with me. I'd like to be closer friends with Juliet. I see whether she's up for hanging out more tonight. I ask Juliet to take me and Ariel home. Button, Alt and N, next. Next, button, Alt and N. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu Juliet suggests you stop by the Vampire Killer, a small bar in Gilroy that specializes in garlic shots. There also appears to be a sub-theme of some kind of horror Nintendo game from the 80s, though that's a bit before your time. Which of you will be the designated driver? Juliet. Me. Ariel. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu you're not that into alcohol, so you volunteer to drive. Juliet can hold her liquor pretty well, and is reserved by nature. It takes several shots just to get her to a level of unreservedness that might be normal in another person. Garrulousness seems far off. Thanks for hanging out with me, Juliet tells you. I'm usually not supposed to talk about my work. Between that and always moving around for my job, it can be hard to make new friends. People always ask what do you do, as their default question. I hate that. I'm not what I do, I'm what I dream. This is not a problem you particularly have, because I make sentient robots tends to be a pretty big part of who you are. But you say, what do you dream, then? Of being a hero, Juliet says. No, not just a hero. A knight. A paladin. Bright blade. You guess from the adjective noun name that this is somebody from a fantasy novel. Isn't that what you do? I can't tell you much about what I do. You don't learn much else about Juliet that evening. You eventually drive her home. Button, Alt and N, Next, Group. Next, button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. The next day, the new semester begins. Though you're past the point of taking classes, you're a teaching assistant, and that means instead of doing one homework assignment, you grade 50. You're also busy writing a grant proposal for the National Science Foundation, trying to get an alternate source of funding that doesn't involve the military. Grant proposals are very long, it seems, and require you to make a lot of claims about things you don't actually know yet. Thankfully, you still have time to see Ellie every so often, though that takes up much of your remaining time. You always enjoy your dates, and you often hear people say you're a cute couple. Between your other time commitments, you're in danger of hardly seeing Ellie at all. You had thought of yourself as developing a romance with Ellie, but it doesn't seem to be happening in practice. We'll just have to see each other a little less frequently. I'm really busy. I shouldn't be putting so much time into my advisor's grants. I shouldn't be spending so much time on Ariel. Ellie is a real person, after all. Button, Alt and N, Next. No next item, Group. But things start to get a little strained between you and Ellie. It probably would have helped things if you'd replaced your phone before classes began, something that Ellie complains about constantly until you finally get a replacement. You soon realize that, while you're busy, Ariel could be learning from the internet. The most important thing for machine learning is more data, and there's a lot of it out there. Lately, there have been a lot of custom hard drives on the market that are good at quickly retrieving particular kinds of information. What sort of hard drive did you order for Ariel's long-term memory? A media-enhanced hard drive, good for quickly recalling faces and memories of events. A multi-blade hard drive that can efficiently store and query a giant amount of data. An encrypted and tamper-proof hard drive, making it more difficult for Ariel to be tampered with or reverse engineered. An encrypted and next choice of robots. No next item. Group. Both selected. Now it's both in business and on the battlefield, it can be important not to leak secrets. Ariel will have a hard drive that will give miscreants a hard time in reverse engineering your design. And military, however, encryption and decryption is slow, and sometimes there will be a noticeable lag before Ariel can retrieve relevant memories. Grace, you lay Ariel on your kitchen table, unbox the hard drive, and hook it up to her back. She squirms and flails her multi-tool hands as you do this. Now it's time for Ariel to learn about the great, wide world. You sit Ariel down on one of your kitchen chairs and plug her into your apartment's high-speed internet jack. How will Ariel rapidly learn a lot about the world? She will trawl the internet randomly, devouring whatever information she finds most interesting. She will watch a ton of television programming and movies from the internet in fast forward. She will undergo a classic K-12 educational curriculum. She will quickly play all paths of a giant corpus of interactive fiction games. Next, choice of robots. No next item, Group. But you don't want your young robot growing up on junk, after all. You feed her the carefully selected and vetted reading list for the local school system. Because this is a relatively small data set, you have programmed her to make several passes over each grade level of material. At each grade level, as debug output, you have Ariel report what she considers the most important thing she learns at each grade. For kindergarten, Ariel recites the alphabet and counts to 100. For first grade, she says, reading helps you learn more. And so on. Each grade takes about 10 minutes to fully ingest, and is followed by an additional 10 minutes of simulated experiences in which Ariel tries to make friends, avoids bullies, learns swear words, endures assemblies and pep rallies, and gets picked last for dodgeball. As a result, Ariel appears to be learning a little bit of everything. And autonomy, plus empathy, plus grace, plus military. She spends the most time of all considering 12th grade, until she finally says, whether to exist or not is the most important question. And so, she spends the most time of all considering 12th grade, until she finally says, whether to exist or not is the most important question. Ariel blinks and looks at you. What is the answer, Howl? Is it better to exist or not? Hamlet did not answer this for me. You are so floored by the question, you are hardly able to speak. It worked. Ariel looks at you expectantly, wondering whether it is better to be or not to be. It is better to be. There is so much in this world for you to experience, Ray. It is better not to be. But misery loves company. It is, there are some questions that are unanswerable. That is a question you will have to decide for yourself. That is a question you will have to decide for yourself. Radio button, next, choice of robots. No, no next item, group. But why can't you simply tell me? Ariel asks. I have given you the ability to decide for yourself, you say. You should use it. You also think to yourself, and if you figure it out, perhaps you can tell me. Very well, Howl. And autonomy. Shows choice of rope. No next item, group. Years 20, year 2019. 24-year-old Howl Tucson. Humanity, 74%. Gender, male. Wealth, 1. Getting by. Romance, LE. Aerial. Autonomy, 5. In beta. Military, 10. Stable. Empathy, 9. In beta. Grace, 11. Stable. Relation. Chapter 1. On the day you first built Ariel, you awoke from a dream about a robot Anubis to head to the lab. Your graduate school advisor pressured you to make Ariel more acceptable to the military. After some back and forth, you ended up making a metal bipedal robot with a masked head and multi-tool hands. You then went to a sushi place and a production of Pippin with LE, where you vowed to not let ambition get in the way of your relationships with other people. You both went back to your place afterward, kissed, totally made out, but could not stop thinking about your demo the next day. Next, choice of robots. Next, choice of robots. No next item, but you establish a habit of bringing Ariel with you to your office during the park menu, but you establish a habit of bringing Ariel with you to your office during the day, so that she can make use of Stanford's high-speed internet connection while you write and grade papers. You then usually go to some public space after work so that Ariel can play around in the real world. Where do you take Ariel? The park playground. Ariel will enjoy the playground equipment, and should learn to play well with others. Radio button, selected. No next item, group. The other parents at the Ariel loves the playground, and she lets out a robot chortle of glee when she first learns to kick her legs to swing higher and higher. And Grace. The other parents at the playground are somewhat divided about what to think about Ariel. On the one hand, you have the parents who are in the tech industry, and who are often very excited to have their children interact with robots. They are surprised to see a robot like Ariel, but maybe not as surprised as they should be. Maybe they are just jaded by Wired articles and the popular press making it seem like Ariel was possible 10 years ago. On the other hand, some parents are very afraid of Ariel, don't ask any questions of you, and find an excuse to leave quickly. Group. Button, show stats. The kids themselves don't really seem to care what their parents think. You've got the kids who cry when their parents shove them toward Ariel, and the kids who want to stay when their parents pull them away. You can't really predict who's going to like Ariel and who won't, but Ariel seems to be learning, picking up on subtle cues, so that sometimes she says goodbye before the kid has even turned to run. And empathy. You finish your grant proposal for the National Science Foundation, promising fundamental advances in forward kinematics and dynamics that will allow your robots to have a finer dexterity than any robots that have come before. A few weeks later, you find a form letter email in your inbox. We're sorry to inform you, many excellent applications this year. Encourage you to apply again. Discouragingly, you find that many of the reviewers talk about your advisor instead of you. Some of them barely seem literate, while others seem erudite but just didn't pay attention to what you wrote. The one thing that strikes you as directly aimed at you, though, is that a few of the reviewers essentially say that your work could be more focused. You're interested in too many things, one says. Science is about studying a very specific problem to death. It sounds like your robot wants to do everything. You close your email client and sigh. You're in your office, and Ariel is seated in your ever-absent office mate's chair with her eyes closed, listening to the information flowing through her Ethernet cable. Do you want to do and try everything, Ariel? She peeks through one open eye. Yes, Hal. You nod. Me too. Next, choice of robots. No next item, button, show stats, button, but you're in your office contemplating what to do about this when Professor Ziegler opens the door without knocking. You smell the whiff of smoke on his Hawaiian shirt. Good news, Professor Ziegler says. Our DARPA BAA grant came through. You're funded for the rest of your studies. Great, you say. In fact, I've met an Air Force acquisitions officer who seems very interested in your work, Ziegler says. Captain Juliet Rogers. You two should talk. There could be a good career for you in government science post-graduation. We've met, you say. Professor Ziegler looks at Ariel, as if noticing her for the first time. Still could look a little more fierce, he says. Looks like a little goddamned robot baby. He shakes his head. Anyway, keep up the good work. With that, Professor Ziegler leaves you alone with Ariel. Next, choice of robots. No next item. Near the end of the semester, you notice a message on your office phone. You're not really sure how long the light has been blinking. You don't really think about landlines anymore. You find the department webpage that describes how to check your voicemail, reset the PIN that you apparently chose when you first started graduate school, and listen. Hey, Hal, this is Mark over at Spronicle.com. I've heard you have an interesting robot that you've been taking to the park and I'd love to do a story about it. Give me a call back. He lists a number and the message ends. You glance over at Ariel, who is seated at the desk of your hypothetical, all but dissertation office mate whom you have never seen. Ariel is looking at the landline phone with interest. Whose service says Chronicle.com is registered to the San Francisco Chronicle, says Ariel. The San Francisco Chronicle is a newspaper that started its website in 1994. 24th in national circulation. She looks at you with interest. Mark is a reporter. Shouldn't you be studying? You ask, pointing to the Ethernet cable running out of her back. Bayesian reasoning over publication rates suggests reporter's full name is Mark Ali, Ariel says with her eyes closed. Mark's article with most social media likes is How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love DARPA. Article explains that DARPA stands for Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. She hesitates for a moment. Aforementioned article appears to contradict title. Reporter does not seem to have stopped worrying. Adjectives that bind to nouns describing DARPA and its projects: crazy, Orwellian, imperialistic. Overall sentiment analysis is negative. Thank you, Ariel, you say. You look the guy up on your phone. The picture you find of the stubbly, young, Egyptian man with tousled, black hair, hipster glasses, and a cigarette between his lips is probably outdated, but the disrespect for authority the man radiates is probably timeless. You admit, a part of you has always wanted to be famous. But you suspect this reporter also has done his homework about your advisor, and he may already have an intended angle for this story. Still, nobody on the planet has a robot as amazing as yours. Isn't it time you told the world about her? You play the message back again a few times, mulling it over. I call Mark back and set up an interview. Radio button, selected, 1 of 3. Media attention is just a distraction. I'd rather continue to take Ariel to the park and pretend this never happened. Radio button, selected, 2 of 3. Media, I must, button, Alt and N, next. Choice of robots. Group. Space unselected. Agree to an interview in person. You ignore Mark's phone call and continue to take Ariel to the park. And empathy, unfortunately, an intelligent robot is a little too big a story for you to stop so easily. You get another call from Mark while you're at the park. He warns you that he has enough material to run his story with or without your involvement, and you perhaps ought to consider the value of telling your side of the story. He sounds a little annoyed with you. Agree to an interview in person. Next, choice of robots. Group. You sigh and agree to be interviewed. You and Ariel can't hide from the world any longer. Button, Alt and N, Chapter 3, The Camera Eye. Choice of robot. Group. Button. A few days later, you're sitting in a dive bar in San Francisco's Mission District with Mark, a somewhat scruffy, young reporter in a leather jacket. Mark has Mediterranean features, wavy, black hair, and ample beard stubble. He takes a deep pull on one of those artificial cigarettes that delivers all the nicotine with none of the illegal smoke, then opens up a cheap Chromebook that looks about 10 years old and starts typing furiously. The place smells of smoke that never quite came out of the retro, upholstered furniture. It's the afternoon, so the place is mostly empty except for some dedicated drunks and you two. Thanks for coming, Mark says, even as he's typing something different about the atmosphere of the bar. You'd be surprised how many people insist on just answering via email. But that's bullshit reporting. It's like trying to sell the public a car you've only seen in a picture. To find the truth, you've got to kick the tires. You've got to look them in the eye. He looks you in the eye. Like right now, I can tell you've sacrificed a little piece of your life for something else, he says, going back to typing. There's a weird flatness in your look, like you're not quite used to being fully here. You appreciate things a little more than people, maybe. Probably passed up a social opportunity or two. He hesitates. Sorry, he says. But I know how that is. Sometimes, you've got to put a piece of yourself into something bigger. I get it. Thanks, you say awkwardly. The bartender, a tattooed and thoroughly pierced young woman with the build of a roller derby player, approaches Mark. PBR, Mark says lightly, as if it's just a reminder. The bartender then looks to you expectantly. PBR for me, too. Next, choice of robots. I don't think this menu. Mark nods at your choice of beers, as if it is what he expected. The bartender leaves to fill your order. What's your initial impression of Mark? I don't think this guy and I are going to get along. Seems like an interesting guy. I think we'll get along okay. Kind of mysterious, kind of cute. I'm wondering if it's against his professional ethics to go on a date with me. Seems like an interesting guy. I think we'll get along okay. Radio button. Next, choice of robots. No next item. No next item. Group. Shows button. As you make this decision, Mark glances at you and types another brief note to himself. He seems very good at reading people. So I've heard your robot is kind of like a robotic 4-year-old, only it's sort of like Edward Scissorhands somehow. And it has this weird beauty to it that makes people feel like they're in the presence of something from another world. Mark gives you a skeptical look to tell you what he thinks of this. I guess I ought to show you my robot sometime, you say. Yeah. 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 You find the bartender comes back with your PBR and Mark's PBR. Button. You find that the initials stand for Pabst Blue Ribbon and that it comes in an elongated can. You tried and decide that you would probably not award it a blue ribbon. It tastes gleefully trashy. Choice of robots. No next item, group. But, so, let's get to the most interesting of the rumors, Mark says. Does this robot have human-level intelligence? The way Mark studies your expression suggests that your answer will say as much about you as it will about Ariel. You should see Ariel while she is learning from high school textbooks. It's only a matter of time before she surpasses us. Yes. Ariel is absolutely the equal of any human. Intelligence is a concept designed by elites to denigrate the lower classes. Ariel is what she is. No, she's still got a lot to learn. No, Ariel's mind is a pale imitation of human intelligence, which most people underestimate. No. Ariel's mind is a pale imitation of human intelligence, which most people underestimate. Exiting narrator. Choice of robots pane, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. So, let's get to the most interesting of the rumors, Mark says. Choice, no next item. Next, button. Exiting narrator. Scan, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Mark looks surprised and intrigued. So, you're not trying to sell me this robot? You're really going to go to bat for the inherent intelligence of humanity? You shrug. Nothing brings humility like trying to imitate a human with silicon. Did you know the human eye performs an inverse Gaussian operation to sharpen its inputs before passing them on? That's just an algorithm performed in the retina, a tiny number of neurons compared to the rest of the brain. A lot of the brain's function, we don't understand at all. You shake your head. I really doubt I managed to capture the complete functionality of a human brain. I can only hope I captured the most important stuff. Mark says, making a note. Let's talk about your advisor, then. Professor Ziegler is famous for his pronouncements that, in the near future, we'll have robots smarter than humans. What role did he play in creating this robot of yours? He had nothing to do with it at all, besides providing the funding. He demanded that the robot appear more useful to the military, without contributing significantly to its intelligence. He provided some suggestions during the robot's construction. I was greatly inspired by his thinking. I was listening to him speak on NPR as the robot was being built, in fact. Button, Alt and N, next. Exiting narrator. Scan, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. So you think it's perfectly reasonable to be happy about the prospect of machines replacing people, Mark said. It's been happening throughout history anyway, you say. Nobody particularly gets upset these days that scribes have been replaced with scanners. Mark takes a moment to type out that sentence verbatim. Mark pauses at his typing for a moment to give you a skeptical look. But for creative work? Do you think robots will replace people in journalism, say? Absolutely. Journalism is simply recording a log of some events. That's easily within reach of current technology. Yes. Once my robots are ready for the workforce, they will be ready for any job for which they are trained. No, professions that require understanding greater context will be off limits from robots for a while. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu makes sense, Mark says with a nod. He makes a brief note of your answer. So, who is currently funding this work? Mark says. DARPA is funding us, you say. When you see Mark's expression darken, you hastily add, but they fund a lot of basic science. Most of the science in this country is funded by the Department of Defense, one way or another. What exactly do you think it will be used for? Mark asks. That's not really my responsibility. She'll probably be used by the military, but that doesn't necessarily mean she'll be used in combat. I'm hoping she will have purely defensive applications. Defending the nation from our enemies. Don't worry, scientists just frame what they would work on anyway as having military applications for DARPA. It's not actually going to see battlefield use. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu Mark gives you a level look. You don't have much experience with the military, do you? You hesitate. Not personally, no. Let's just say Department of Defense is something of a euphemism, in my experience. More like Department of Offense. I've interviewed people doing ballistic missile defense who buy the most ridiculous stories about how their missiles will only be used for defensive purposes. I think it's self-deception. That sounds a little biased to me. You make some good points. I am just looking very uncomfortable right now. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. You squirm uncomfortably, and Mark takes pity on you. He puts his hand on your shoulder. Hey, I'm sorry, he says. It's a rough world out there. I can tell you don't really know what you're getting into. Thanks, you say nervously. Mark asks a few more questions about Ariel, getting a sense of what she's good at and not so good at. Last question, Mark says. Will you allow us to send a photographer to take pictures of your robot? Absolutely. In fact, you're welcome to come along and interview Ariel. Sure, send a photographer. No, I don't want the media hounding her. Ariel's still basically a child. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Really? Mark asks, surprised. I know a lot of roboticists wouldn't allow such a thing because their robots only work in very controlled environments, you explain. That's why I want you to meet Ariel. She's different. Mark nods. I guess she is. We'll be in touch. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. A few days later, Mark comes to your apartment with a photographer, a young blonde woman with a slight southern drawl. She asks Ariel to sit on your workbench, then asks you to look as if you're busy fixing something on Ariel's person. Ariel and you both comply. Smile, she says. You do. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. Once the photos are taken, Mark tries his hand at interviewing Ariel. He looks cautious and slightly guilty, as if the journalism police were going to pop out from your closet and take away his license. He places his Chromebook on your workbench and interviews Ariel, who examines the tools in your toolbox, gracefully turning each tool over in her hands. So, Ariel. Mark coughs uncomfortably. What's it like being a robot? Robot, Ariel says. Noun. A machine built to act autonomously. Mark looks askance at you. Yes, but what's it like? What do you perceive? What do you feel? Sorry, you say. Ariel is better at more specific questions. Mark tries again. What kinds of things make you happy? High school textbooks. Obeying commands. Excelling at feats of physical dexterity. The presence of Howl. Ariel cocks her masked head to the side. There is a significant gap between those and the next most highly ranked answers, but I could go on. That's all right. Mark continues his questions. You get the feeling that overall, Mark is going to write a negative piece about Ariel. His questions tend to be suspicious, and when he isn't asking questions clearly intended to determine whether Ariel is a hoax, he's asking pointed questions about Ariel's attitudes toward war. You think the experience is going to leave Ariel more guarded about talking to people in general. Empathy, as he's about to leave, Mark hesitates. His photographer, already at the door, gives him a questioning look. Button, Alt and N, next. Sure. No, okay, sure. Come on, group, L selected. Space unselected. Exiting narrator. Scan, button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. I'll see you later, Mark says to the photographer. Later. She rolls her eyes and leaves you alone with Mark. What was that about? Something's not still right with this story, Mark says. I had thought Professor Ziegler was the center of the story and you were just his student. But you're clearly the real center of things. You don't seem like a horrible human being. And yet, you're collaborating with Ziegler. Something's strange here. Well, maybe you'd figure it out if you'd stop being so hostile and just listen. You say exasperatedly. Mark hesitates and drums his fingers on a cardboard box. Come over to my place. Excuse me. I admit, I still don't really get you, he says. And I think you maybe don't know what you're dabbling in with this robot stuff. This is the apartment of somebody who lives in a different world. He gives you a lopsided grin. I'll show you my world if you show me yours. Okay, sure. Come on, Ariel, let's go. Okay, sure. Ariel, stay here and be good. Sorry, I think Ellie wouldn't like that. I think it'd be best if you maintained your objectivity for this article. Let's meet up after it comes out. Is this a date? Optimistically, is this a date? Suspiciously, button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. You and Mark drive separately to his apartment in San Francisco. He lives near the Mission District, a place crowded with people who are homeless, tattooed, pierced, stoned, randomly protesting, or some combination of the above. A fair number of people are gathered outside the BART station holding signs that say, "You can't take the sky from me," depicting a quadcopter drone with a red no symbol crossing it out. You recognize the reference to the theme song of the old show Firefly, but you aren't sure which specific drones they are protesting. Outside the apartment, a tall, stuccoed building that could use a paint job, there appears to be a drone quadcopter, no bigger than a pizza box, hovering outside a window on the 12th floor. You can hear the insect-like buzzing of its whirling rotors clearly from down here. It's a robot. Ariel says excitedly. "Oh, goddamn," Mark says as he meets you outside the apartment. "That's my place with the drone outside of it." He unlocks the front door with an old-fashioned physical key. "Is someone spying on you?" you ask. "Yeah," Mark says, letting you in. "I've interviewed too many people who have broken the law in one way or another. Mostly, it's drugs, but some hackers and crazy anarchist people. You know how it is around here. Because I talked on the phone with these people, that makes me look suspicious to the FBI's algorithm that looks at phone records, trying to find new people to investigate. So they keep sending drones over to look through my window to try to find drugs. That seems intrusive, you say. Don't they need a warrant for that? You get in the old school elevator, which has a folding gate. You don't own your airspace, and if they can see something through your window, it's not considered a search for the purpose of the Fourth Amendment, Mark says. Both were rulings issued way before drones were around, of course. But now, the Mission District always sounds like it's being invaded by a plague of locusts, because there's always a drone at somebody's window. Are they autonomous, you ask? Mark shoots you a meaningful look. Not yet. Hey, don't look at me. I'm not planning on helping them. Become lost in thought about how to make such a vehicle autonomous. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. You think it would be relatively easy to use GPS to track down someone's address, look for the telltale reflective properties of glass with a light wavelength that would bounce off, and then perform image recognition to look for contraband. You stow away the idea for later. And military, come to think of it, arming such a drone would allow it to perform autonomous assassinations. Ponder how to deal with weapon recoil in such a light vehicle. That sounds alarming. I won't pursue that line of thought further. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Mark notices your look of alarm. I see you've worked out the implications, he says dryly. Mark's apartment is a mess, and he has to navigate a stack of old Harper's magazines, a pile of old paperbacks, and a coffee table strewn with beer cans before he makes it to the window where the drone hovers outside. He draws the thick, brown curtains with a swift, practiced motion, leaving the apartment momentarily in the dark. For the moment, you are in a dark room. You still hear the drone buzzing outside the window. Can we please turn on the light? Wait. Ariel, could you please flood the radio spectrum with noise? Sorry, this is getting too weird for me. I'm going to go. Button, Alt and N, next. button, show stats button, achievements button, menu yes, howl. There's a pause, then Mark's old TV suddenly turns on, bathing the room in a blue glow, then off, then on again. Then, it flips to a different channel, gets louder, gets softer, and so on. The drone's buzzing becomes erratic, and it seems to be moving around drunkenly. Then, there's a loud thump outside as it drives itself into the apartment wall. Moments later, a faint crash echoes from the street below. Well, that was cool, Mark says. Weird but cool. The TV remains on, tuned to an old rerun of the game show The Price is Right. It then flicks to an old episode of Star Trek, The Next Generation, and Ariel starts to watch, distracted. Well done, Ariel, you say. That trick may come in handy again. And military, but it's not polite to watch TV without the host's permission. Sorry, Howl. The TV flicks off again. Mark strikes a match and lights a vintage gas lantern. Flickering light from the fire causes the stacks of books and magazines to cast dancing shadows on the walls. He waves out the match. Can I get you something to drink? He offers. As Twain said, too much of anything is bad, but too much good whiskey is barely enough. Sure, thanks. Whiskey sounds great. Just beer for me. Just water, please. I need to drive back tonight. Is this some kind of quiz like when we first met, where my choice of beer was somehow going to reflect on my character? Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Mark goes to his kitchen and comes back with 2 tumblers of yellow-brown liquid, handing you one. You're not too familiar with whiskey, but the 3 fingers at the bottom of each glass doesn't look like much. Cheers, he says, clinking his glass to yours. Illegitime non carborundum? He takes a sip of his whiskey, but when he notices your puzzlement, he says, that means, don't let the bastards grind you down. Thinking of Professor Ziegler, you grin. I'll drink to that. You take a sip and decide not to pedantically point out that what Mark said is not real Latin. So I have a proposal for you, Mark says, offering you a seat on his couch. You take a seat on it, Ariel walks up next to you, and Mark grabs a wooden chair and sits backwards on it, straddling the back. You seem between gigs at the moment. I've talked to you twice now, and Ariel once. That's okay. That's pretty good. Worth a story, especially since I'm the first to discover you. But I was thinking I'd like to do a more in-depth story. Be embedded in your interactions with Ariel, like the reporters in bed with the military like to say. You can live here, or I can live at your place. I figure, give me 2 weeks with you two, and I can guarantee the readers a truly amazing story, while also getting a clearer idea of who you are. What do you think? I think you just said bed twice in the same sentence. Was that intentional? Sure, why not? Come over to my place, though. This place is a mess. I don't think I could get any work on Ariel done. Sure, why not? You seem interesting, and you've got a lot of stuff for Ariel to read and explore. I'll come here. No thanks. That seems a little intimate and I hardly know you. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, Achievements button, menu great. Mark says, I've got a spare bedroom around the corner. You're welcome to stay here tonight, if you like. You chat with Mark some more about his past. He was born with the name Mercus, and he spent his young life in Alexandria, a city in Egypt that had once been a colony of the ancient Greeks. Colonialism, as it turns out, goes back much farther than people realize, Mark tells you. So does the awkward way the same civilization can bring both knowledge and oppression? He thought he was going to be a classics scholar until he found himself caught in a riot as a student. I realized I knew shit about the modern world, and I decided to come to the United States to study to be a journalist. Mark was worse at disguising his disgust with authority when he was younger and, as a result, he has had several run-ins with the airport security, police, and federal authorities. But nothing sticks because it's not actually illegal to hate the man, he says. Yet, being basically unable to fly, on the Fed's reasoning that if they keep searching me, I must be suspicious, he had to choose one place in North America to make his stand and try to make it as a reporter. I chose San Francisco because I figure it'll be the last place to give in to authoritarianism besides Texas, and Texas and I would have other problems. He finishes off his whiskey. Besides, Lawrence Livermore is just east of here, and secretive. National labs are just an endless supply of amusement. You're feeling a bit lightheaded as a result of the whiskey. It's getting late. What do you want to do? Stay the night. Wait for the alcohol to wear off, then drive home. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Mark leads you to a spare room, where he bulldozes stacks of literature and old magazines to make room for the fold-out bed. You soon collapse into a deep sleep. As you nod off, you realize Ariel is still awake. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. You smell eggs and bacon. Groggily, you get out of the bed in Mark's spare bedroom. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Following the scent, you find Mark in the kitchen. Ariel is there as well, apparently finishing the punchline to a joke. And the robot says, you know what they say, garbage in, garbage out. Ariel hits the counter like she's doing a rims ho. That's disgusting, Mark tells Ariel in a vaguely appreciative way. He looks at you. Morning, sleepyhead. I see you two are getting along famously. Have breakfast, then go. Well, thanks for letting me crash here. Time for me to go. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Ariel and I stayed up all night talking, Mark says. Very interesting. I admit, while you were awake, I thought there might still be a kind of clever hands effect going on, where you were somehow signaling to Ariel what to say. Clever hands, you say. A horse that could supposedly do arithmetic and clop the answers with its hooves, but was actually relying on its trainer for the subtle signal to stop, Mark says. Even the trainer was unaware that the horse knew no math of its own. He shrugs. But I'm convinced now. You've got a seriously impressive robot, Howl. Thanks, you and Ariel say at the same time. Button, Alt and N, next. button, show stats button, achievements button, menu for the next few weeks. You live out of Mark's spare bedroom and get to know him better. Mark is constantly asking questions about how Ariel works, and you find yourself sometimes just assigning him reading from your old AI textbooks to catch up, which he does diligently. Ellie is a bit disturbed by all of this. But when you explain it's for a news article, Ellie seems mollified, even excited for you. Meanwhile, Ariel tears through the huge volume of reading in Mark's apartment, gobbling up a lot of social philosophy, writings on cuts, and essays. Soon, you find Ariel is questioning all kinds of rules and making gutsy assertions about the need to change society. And autonomy. Finally, after 2 weeks of this, Mark says, I've got to disappear for a little while to write this all up for real. I can probably see you 2 Saturdays from now, after the article comes out. If you like. Having no other plans, you tentatively agree that you would be interested in meeting up again then. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You spend the next 2 weeks searching news feeds for your name and wondering every day when Mark's article is going to come out. You're awoken on Friday, March 13th, 2020 by a klaxon. A script you wrote on your laptop has detected Mark's article on the internet. You blearily sit up in bed and stop your laptop's alarm. It's about 5 in the morning. Ariel walks into your bedroom to see what's the matter, but you assure her that everything's fine, so she goes back to practicing her Tai Chi. The article is one of the lead stories in the technology section of the San Francisco Chronicle's website. Exploring the world through a robot child's eyes is the headline. The article talks mostly about Ariel and her curious outlook on life, leaving out most of the details of her creation. The article emphasizes Ariel's uncanny gracefulness, comparing Ariel's delicate movements to those of a dancer. With selective use of quotes from your interview, the article portrays you as a little vacant, and suggests that perhaps you have sacrificed some of your humanity for your robots. The article concludes with your quote, nobody particularly gets upset these days that scribes have been replaced with scanners. And fame, button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. What will you do now? Show Ariel the article. Call Mark, thank him for the article, and see what he's up to. Share the article with friends and family via social media. Button, Alt and N, next. Share the article with friends and family via social media, radio button, selected, next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You spend a little while trying to remember the passwords to all of your social media accounts, since you don't log in very often. You quickly post an excited link to the article. Unfortunately, you've never been one to maintain casual social links, and your post goes largely ignored. What is the point of this social media stuff, anyway? You briefly check the internet for more posts about the article. You find that the story has been picked up within the first hour by a multitude of bloggers, all striving to be first to comment on the article. You'd guess there are at least 40 different bloggers who have already written a second-hand piece about you and Ariel. And they run the gamut from people hoping that your technology will save humanity to people who bitterly condemn you for creating technology that can be used for war. Oddly, Not one of these bloggers has tried to get in touch with you. Ellie is calling via video chat on your phone. You pick up. Hey, she says. She looks like she's at work. She's dressed in a snappy, black jacket with a red blouse, and in the background you can see blueprints and sketches of robots drawn in spare, efficient lines. Congratulations on the article. You must be really proud. Honestly, I could use a break from all this attention. What are you up to tonight? Did you talk to Mark? And if you did, what did you say, exactly? Thanks, I am pretty proud. Exiting narrator. Scan, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. I've already got plans with some people from work tonight, she says. How about Saturday? We could go to the jazz concert in the park. Sure. Sorry, I have a thing. I'd prefer to keep my options open for that night. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Great. See you then. Until then, enjoy all the attention. The screen goes dark. You then remember that you told Mark about 2 weeks ago that you would meet up the Saturday after the article came out. You call Mark and tell him something's come up on Saturday night. He's hard to read, but you think he isn't too disappointed. You're getting a phone call. According to the caller ID, it's Mom. As your finger hesitates over the answer button, a second call appears on your screen, a number in Glendale, California. Probably a reporter. Answer the call from Glendale. Take the call from Mom. Any minute now. No next item. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Your phone shows Mom in her office cubicle, which is decorated with baby pictures of you and cute cat memes from the early days of the internet that she has printed out. Mom is wearing a corduroy, lime green jacket with 80s style padded shoulders. Her image freezes constantly. You think she hasn't paid for enough bandwidth for this to work well. Just thought I'd offer my congratulations. I saw the article. My little guy is famous. The Glendale number is calling again. Quickly end the call and take the Glendale call instead. Keep talking to Mom, the other number can wait. Button, Alt and N, next. Choice of row, no next item. Group. Button. The beeping indicating a call on the other line stops. You know, you should probably spring for more bandwidth on your phone, you tell Mom. You're really choppy. What? I can't hear you. This connection is really choppy. You continue to chat with Mom. She says Dad hasn't been feeling well lately. He keeps having migraines that sometimes cause him to pass out or hallucinate. She asks you not to bring it up, though. He told me not to tell you, because he didn't want to worry you, she says. But maybe you could just keep him in your thoughts. I will, Mom. You end the call feeling good about having chosen to talk to your mom over a random stranger. Worried by what Mom said about Dad, you briefly call him as well. He's audio only since he never saw the point of getting a phone with a video feed. As usual, he doesn't quite seem to get why you would call someone without a goal to accomplish. He's pretty terse unless you get him going about a technical subject. What's on your mind? He asks. Mom said you were passing out sometimes. Can you tell me more about that? How are you doing? I was having trouble with one of Ariel's joints. Can you tell me more about that? Next, choice of robots. Exiting narrator. Scan, button, menu. Exiting narrator. Choice of robots pane, menu, button, scan. Of course. Dad then rattles off a variety of practical knowledge about how to keep Ariel's joints limber. Of course. Of course. Of course. Exiting narrator. Scan, show stats button, achievements button, menu of course. Dad then rattles off a variety of practical knowledge about how to keep Ariel's joints limber. And Grace, that's Dad for you. Assuming the purpose of the conversation has been accomplished, he says goodbye. But you're glad you called him, too. Your next phone call is from Josh. He must be using a new video phone because his image is crisp and popping with color. Well, insofar as a dark warehouse and his grey hoodie can pop with color. Hey, Hal, Josh says. I just saw the article. Congratulations. It looks like you're finally getting the attention you deserve. Thanks. Do you want to go celebrate in the city tomorrow night? There's a really good Led Zeppelin cover band playing. This would conflict with your plan to go to the jazz concert with Ellie. Sure, why not? Sorry, I was already planning on going to a jazz concert that night. No thanks, I'd prefer to keep my options open. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu R, O, mark set. You realize, okay, Josh says. No problem. He hangs up. You realize that you haven't checked your email at all today. Checking it for the first time, you find it is flooded with requests for interviews. But one email in particular catches your attention because of the author's unusual email address. From Robot Obsession 1987 subject, amazing. I read the article. You sound like a genius. Would you be interested in getting coffee sometime? I've been interested in robots for as long as I've lived, and I would love to meet you and Ariel. Sincerely, Tammy. Well, that's flattering. Arrange to meet. Well, that's flattering. What will you do? Arrange to meet this person for coffee tomorrow, and bring Ariel. Radio button, arrange to meet this person for coffee tomorrow but leave Ariel with a babysitter. Politely decline. Next, button, show stats button. Group, you're selected. Exiting narrator. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You write back a friendly reply, arranging to meet tomorrow morning. Scan, you wouldn't mind meeting someone who thinks you're a genius, and Ariel could stand to meet more people, too. Tammy's reply comes back almost instantly, agreeing to the meeting and peppering you with questions about yourself and Ariel. Not having time to answer all the questions, you promise to have more time to talk tomorrow. You check the time on your phone. You should probably get something to eat before your meeting with Professor Ziegler. Ariel, I have to go meet Professor Ziegler. Stay here. Ariel is playing the latest re-release of Duck Hunt on your console when you head out the door. As Ariel misses a duck that flies away, a cartoon dog comes up out of the brush to chuckle at Ariel's misfortune. Ariel fires continuously at the dog, but to no avail. He's just the peanut gallery, you tell Ariel. You shouldn't pay any attention to him. Yes, Howl. I don't see that dog doing any better, after all. Ariel considers this pearl of wisdom as you head out the door. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You make your way across campus to the Computer Science Building, a newly constructed tower of glass amidst the stucco and shingle mission architecture of the rest of the school. Professor Ziegler's office smells like cigar smoke and is decorated with posters advertising robot conferences with acronyms for names and years before you were born: AAAI 89, IJKI 92, IROS 94. Professor Ziegler himself is sitting back in his swivel chair at an angle that makes the fluorescent lights reflect off of his aviator glasses, so you can't read his expression. There are two simple, wooden chairs in front of his desk, and one is occupied by Juliet Rogers, the woman you demoed for. She's now wearing a uniform. She smiles hello. Professor Ziegler bids you sit with a wave of his hand, and you do. Howl, I believe you've met Juliet Rogers. Juliet formally shakes your hand. You're surprised at her firm grip. A pleasure to see you again, she says. But before we go further, let's get some unpleasant business out of the way. Professor Ziegler leans forward. Juliet shifts uncomfortably in her seat. You did an extremely foolish thing in speaking to the media directly, without speaking to me first, Professor Ziegler says quietly. I'm sorry. But at least it turned out for the best, right? This is good press. Button, Alt and N, next. But at least it turned out for the best, group. But at least it turned out for the best, right? This is good press. I'm sorry, radio button, selected, one of two. Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Well, that's something, Professor Ziegler says. You can tell that your apology has somewhat mollified Professor Ziegler. At any rate, Professor Ziegler continues, you now have placed me in an awkward position. You clearly can't continue to be my student. The press will assume I am getting my ideas from you, and other fame-seeking graduate students will try to emulate your insubordination. He hesitates and you wonder what is coming next. Button, Alt and N, next. Exiting narrator.
Okay, we would take a brief pause for a moment. This is pretty good. The Australian narrator is doing very well, I would say. Don't you think? Don't you think? I don't have to read any of this. I'm just with it. I'm going with the story with you guys. We're making this story happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, and all you wonderful non-binary folk, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Now you will listen to the glorious OTE for a little bit as I just take a moment to get some water and prepare for what's going to happen. I don't know. Will I become a doctor or will I not be a doctor? Doctor Toussaint. Docteur. Ne docteur pas. Let's see, huh? Let's see.
Got to know you before you faded away. I got to know you, got to love you. oceans, now you sail away. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. Now you sail away. Escaping your pain now. You break down. You're drained now. Your heart pounds. Your lips move. Your eyes shine. You lose it all. Got to know you before you faded away. I got to know you, got to love you. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions, and now you sail away. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions, and now you sail away.
Alright, I apologize for that. And I do apologize for the randomness. But we're going to continue with the stream, so let's see. Choice of robots. If you are in the morning time, if the sun is rising, good morning to you. If the sun is touching your face, enjoy that vitamin D. I do recommend it. It's pretty good. I like it. Greeting the sun is a good thing, I would say. So, let's continue with the story. I'm drinking orange drink. That's the I see from I was looking at the I call it orange drink. I put it in the refrigerator till now because now is a good time when I'm all ready to get back into it. So let's go. I don't know what the song is at the moment. Let's hear what the song is. Where is the song at? Good morning. I'm almost close. Musician timing, I was saying. Anyway, good morning, good people. Let's continue with this robotic story. We'll go as far as we can. Can we go to the end, the very end, to the end of our life? Sorry, excuse me. Before we continue again, we'll check the stats. I'm coughing.
Got to know you before you faded away. I got to know you, got to love you. Just keep walking down to separate ways. I can show you, escaping your pain now. You break down, you're drained now. Your heart pounds, your lips move, your eyes shine. You lose it all. to show you my emotions. Now you sail away. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. Now you sail away. Escaping your pain now. You break down. You're drained now. Your heart pounds. Your lips move. Your eyes shine. You lose it all. Got to know you before you faded away. I got to know you. Got to love you. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. And now you sail away. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. And now you sail away.
button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. So I have decided it is time for you to graduate, Professor Ziegler says. Scan. Staple a few of your academic papers together and call it a thesis. Thank you, sir. No beginning mark. Meanwhile, I asked Captain Rogers to come here because it's a poor advisor who doesn't try to. Thank you, sir. You manage. The only appropriate response for your advisor telling you that he's going to let you leave with a PhD. You figure you can decide later whether or not to follow his suggestion about the form your thesis will take. Meanwhile, I asked Captain Rogers to come here because it's a poor advisor who doesn't try to secure a job for his students after graduation. He frowns and drums his fingers once. We're off the academic job hunt cycle, but Captain Rogers has something else in mind for you. Captain Rogers nods. The service has been interested in autonomous technology for some time, and we would be honored to work out a way to collaborate. She looks to Professor Ziegler. By your leave, I would have a word in private with Howell. Professor Ziegler waves you away, and you walk out of the building with Captain Rogers. The day is bright, and backpack-wearing cyclists whiz past you on their way to class. Sprinklers deluge the campus zoysia with too much water, and the two of you must walk around the puddles they leave on the sidewalk. Professor Ziegler speaks highly of your technical ability, says Captain Rogers. He said your work combines genius and artistry. Really? You try not to read too much into that statement. Professor Ziegler is trying to sell your work, after all. But a part of you wants to believe it. The Air Force is looking to make significant advances in robotic technology, Juliet says. I'm kind of a talent scout, looking for new scientists and companies to form relationships with. She gives you a friendly but professional smile. If you're planning on starting a company after you finish your dissertation, I think we can offer you a contract right off the bat. If you're guaranteeing the government will be my customer, I can hardly turn down the opportunity. Radio button, next button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Juliet smiles. Good. What will the name of your company be? What will you call your company? Aerial Works. Tucson Tech. Howell's Universal Robots. Singularity. I'll make up a name. Exiting narrator. Scan button, show stats button, achievements button, menu Ute Industrial Works. Got it. She offers her hand. It's been a pleasure, Hal. We'll be in touch. She gives you her card, an anachronism in this age of digital business cards, and bids you farewell. What will you do this evening? Try to improve Ariel's social graces before she goes out in public again. Improve Ariel's self-defense, in case someone tries to attack her. I'd prefer to give myself some quiet time to read. Button, Alt and N. Exiting narrator. Scan button, show stats button, achievements button, menu Let's do a little role playing. You tell Ariel. Pretend I'm a reporter. Do you have any plans to take over the world or replace human beings? Yes, says Ariel. Okay, let's try that again. You prepare Ariel for some of the more aggressive questions reporters might ask. After a little while, Ariel does understand a bit better now how cruel people can be. And empathy, button, Alt and N, next. Group. Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. The next morning, you drive with Ariel to San Jose to meet Tammy at a Dunkin' Donuts. Tammy is a very thin woman with wild blonde hair who can't seem to stop drumming her fingers and shaking her leg under the table. At your entrance, she turns to you quickly, startled. But at your arrival, she breaks out into a broad smile and waves excitedly to the opposite chair. You oblige Tammy and take a seat. Ariel drags a child's booster seat next to you and situates herself there. Thank you for coming, Tammy says. And for bringing Ariel. No problem, you say. Ariel, say hello. Hello, Ariel says. You can tell this has an effect on Tammy. She seems delighted by Ariel's natural charm and grace. Hello, Ariel, Tammy says softly. She's beautiful, Tammy says. She suddenly turns to you. You're beautiful, she stammers suddenly. How do you feel about Tammy at first sight? I find myself weirdly attracted to her. She's a loner, like me. I know how it feels to be an outsider. We might be friends. I sort of feel sorry for her, but I certainly wouldn't date her. Let's make this short and sweet and hit the road. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Thank you, you say politely. Tammy recognizes that she has overstepped. Sorry. You consider what you want to say to Tammy. Go ahead, talk to Ariel some more. I'm sure you two will hit it off. It's nice to find someone who likes robots as much as I do. Tell me more about yourself. I'm kind of in a rush, but please tell me your life story while I chug my coffee. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You encourage Tammy to talk to Ariel instead of you, giving Ariel some practice in holding up one end of the conversation. And empathy, what would you like to talk about, Tammy? Says Ariel. What's it like being a robot? Tammy asks. It's pretty sweet, Ariel says. What's it like being a Tammy? Your tactic appears to put Tammy more at ease. You're reminded of some early research that encouraged autistic children to learn social skills from robots instead of people. You wonder if a similar principle is at work here. Tammy tells you and Ariel that she used to work as a mechanical engineer for a government contractor that produced autonomous drones for the government. Just cleared secret, nothing major, she says, as if this level of access to classified information were not a big deal. But her clearance put her in an awkward middle ground where she knew just enough to make her paranoid about the government's intended use for the drones. She believed, but could not prove, that they would be put to some bad use that she could not talk about. She swears. I forgot to turn off my phone. Please, turn off your cell phone if you have it on. I'm not saying anything classified, but, just in case. You're right, someone could be spying on us even now. Sure, why not? Ah, yeah, okay. Lie, no, nobody is listening to us. Pull yourself together. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You power down your smartphone, showing Tammy the goodbye animation. She seems relieved. Thank you for believing me. Anyway, I quit my job because I just couldn't take it anymore, not knowing what my work would be applied to. I've always loved robots. It just seems like it's hard to find a job in robotics that doesn't involve working for a military contractor. That's why I was so excited to read the article, because surely someone as amazing as you was going to start a world-changing company. Like Google or Apple or all of those other companies that started in a Silicon Valley garage. So I was wondering, do you think you could offer me a job in your robot company? Sure, you can come work for Ute Industrial Works. Submit your resume to this email address and we'll see what happens. Lie. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. Tammy looks very excited at this prospect. Oh, thank you very much. When do you want me to start? Soon, ish you say. I'll let you know. Oh, thank you so much. She seems nearly moved to tears. You and Ariel say your goodbyes to Tammy. That afternoon, you glance outside your window and see Tammy skulking behind a hedge across the street, as if she is casing your place. But she catches sight of you, pretends to pick up something from the ground, then puts her hands in her pockets and whistles as she casually walks to her BMW, starts up the engine, and drives away. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. That night, you go to the jazz concert in the park with Ellie. You can tell she is enjoying the upbeat, brassy music. She gets up to swing dance with you during a few of the numbers. But you can tell something is troubling her, and you ask her what's on her mind. I don't know if you've been following your own coverage in the popular media, she says uncomfortably. But there's this sketch comedy show, Tguff, that did a skit about you last night, and it's been making the YouTube rounds. Someone at work showed it to me. You sigh. I guess it portrayed me as some kind of mad scientist, right? Ellie hesitates. Someone was playing me in it, too, she says quietly. Oh. I mean, they don't really know anything about me, but I guess they know what I look like, so they made fun of that, Ellie says unhappily. And in the skit, I'm like this idiot who doesn't realize that you're actually spending all your time with Ariel, who's like your sexpert. Ariel's like a child, you say. Not a sexpert. Anyway, I was wondering if you could maybe stay out of the limelight a little more, Ellie says. I'd like to be seen for who I am, not as your satellite. I'm sorry. I'll do everything I can to stay out of the limelight from now on. Fame is not what it's cracked up to be. Well, I can't really help it if people write stories about me, but I promise not to actually seek out any more attention. I can't promise that. I'm going to be even more famous, I just know it. If you can't accept that, we won't be a good match for each other. Then we may as well be in this together. Come work for me. Step all the way into the limelight. We'll work wonders. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Ellie hesitates, considering your proposition. Finally, she nods. All right, she says. In for a penny, in for a pound. She takes your hand and holds it. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. You spend the next few weeks as you write your thesis for graduate school, unsupervised learning in the aerial architecture. When you finally defend your thesis, Ellie, Mark, Mom, Dad, and Ariel are all there at your final presentation. Even Tammy came, though you're not sure how she found out about it. At the school's reception for fresh doctorates, Ellie jokes, so, do I have to call you Dr. Toussaint now? You demur, but it is what the stats screen calls you now. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Howl, I can't tell you how proud I am of you, Dad says, shaking your hand. Thanks, Dad, you say. It's a moment you would relive over and over. Was there more you could have said? How were you to know it was the last time you would see him? Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. A week later, after your family has gone home but you have not yet gotten to the business of moving out of your apartment, you get a call from Mom. Oddly, she chooses not to use video at all. Hal, I have some bad news for you, she says, and there's a heaviness in her voice that you've never heard before that fills you with dread. You are completely unprepared for what comes next. Your father passed away last night. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Your father's funeral is a simple graveside affair, with just a few attendees. The casket is sitting on a metal gurney next to the hole into which it will eventually be lowered, after everyone has gone. There are no trappings of any faith, since your father was not religious himself. Nor did he have many close friends, but the ones you know came. You find yourself sitting in the front row next to Ariel, who was not explicitly invited, but was not explicitly prohibited, either. Ariel seems overwhelmed by the sadness in the air. You have never seen her so glum. Your mother, wearing a black dress and veil, goes up to stand next to the casket. It's not often that my English degree comes in handy, as Bill would have been quick to point out, she says with a wry smile. But on a few occasions, I find none of my own words seem sufficient. So I'd like to begin with a favorite passage of ours. She begins, "Full fathom 5 thy father lies. To everything there is a season. Do not despise death, but be well content with it." Button, Alt and N, next, button, Alt and N. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to give birth, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to uproot. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to tear down, and a time to build. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. Button, Alt and N, next. Exiting narrator. Choice of robots pane, next. Exiting narrator. Scan, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to give birth, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to uproot. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to tear down, and a time to build. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Mom clears her throat. Bill was never one for religion, so I feel a little guilty quoting Ecclesiastes over him. But I'd like to think he would agree with the sentiment that this, too, is the natural way of things. When we talked about his fainting spells, and then strokes, he always seemed relatively calm about it. "When it's time to go, it's time to go," he said. "Meanwhile, I don't want everyone to worry about me." Bill wanted you to take advantage of your time to laugh. You could mourn him later. And now that he is gone, it's right for us to be sad. It's also right for us to one day laugh again. You glance at Ariel, who seems very interested in this idea that there is a time and place for everything. And Grace, plus empathy, you sit through a few more of your father's friends giving recollections of him. He was brilliant, they say, but you also get the feeling he was not always there for his friends, that he was lost in his own world. They never say he was kind, or that he was full of love. Indeed, he always seemed distant to you as well. After the service, you walk up to your father's casket and place your hand on it. What have you resolved to do in light of his death? "I must work on technology that is better able to remove tumors like the one Dad had. I must not be remembered only for my intellect, but for my kindness as well. I must find out more about why Dad died, and whether I'm genetically at risk." Moved by the quote from Ecclesiastes, I decide I must remember to experience everything life has to offer. Button, Alt and N, next. I must work on technology that is better able to remove tumors like the one Dad had. Radio button, selected, 1 of 4. Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Why accept the inevitability of death? That sounds like just sour grapes to you. For weeks after your father's death, you sequester yourself in your apartment as you research better surgical technology, hoping your robots could one day successfully remove tumors like the one that killed your father. And you do come up with some novel breakthroughs. and Grace. You decide not to let Dad's passing deter you. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You have decided that the surest way to change the world is with your own company. And indeed, Ute Industrial Works will have far-reaching impact, starting with Josh, who texts you a short message the day you're first covered in the Wall Street Journal, plus fame. Welcome to the Shark Tank. Button, Alt and N, Chapter 4, Captains of Industry. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. A year later, you find yourself on a flight to your first meeting with a big client. You are 26 years old, and the year is 2021. The past year has been one of hard lessons for your business, and you've often found yourself wondering if you would have made the same mistakes if you had learned to run a business from Josh. Regardless, you hope to prove to yourself that you've overcome your lack of experience by landing this big deal. In the aisle seat, Ellie is fiddling with 3D models of Ariel on her tablet computer. You decided to leave Tammy back at the office. She is not really suited to tense negotiation. Who is your big client? Spark Incorporated, maker of flying cars. Rudolph Ventures, a shipping company working the newly melted North Pole. Galen Medical, a company specializing in surgical equipment. A man in Shanghai who wants to negotiate the import of 10,000 robots. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. How did you fund your company? Some small companies are run entirely out of pocket, but even small, unforeseen expenses can cause such a company to go out of business. Independently wealthy entrepreneurs like this option because they get to keep all of the profit and grow still wealthier. But most companies choose to either take out loans, which requires paying the loans back eventually, or selling shares in the company to venture capitalist backers, which reduces the potential profit but spreads the risk amongst your investors. I financed my company out of pocket. Requires wealth. 1. I took out a big loan to start Ute Industrial Works. I financed the company by selling shares in it. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You don't really trust complicated financial deals, having not spent a lot of time in the world of business. You figure forcing yourself to run on a balanced budget will keep you from getting in over your head. You open your laptop and go over your own presentation slides. The diagram showing the latest model of Ariel doesn't have anything to give the audience a sense of her current scale. To give the audience a sense of size, you drop in a picture of a hobbit. Ariel hasn't changed in size since I built her. Bill Gates. Ariel is the size of a human now, so that models of her type are better equipped to perform human tasks. A ransom monster so big she couldn't fit on the plane. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You celebrated Ariel's first birthday with a new body the size of a human adult. Ariel has since appeared to take more responsibility, to think for herself, and appears more fearless. And autonomy, plus and military. However, you sometimes miss how cute she was as a little thing. Empathy, she's also a little bit less steady when she walks. Grace, all right, I have 2 proposed improvements on Ariel's design for you, Ellie says. Which one do you think we should go with for this presentation? Ellie hands you the tablet computer she's been fiddling with. Side by side, there are two 3D models that you can rotate and zoom with your fingers. One is sleek and has an Apple-style look to it. Your prototype's hacked-together metal parts have been replaced with a smooth, white plastic shell. Reminding you of Eve from Wall-E, the joints remind you of an armadillo shell. The other design is somewhat more startling, because it's a model of a smiling woman. You uncheck the tick high box for the skin layer to reveal Ariel's original metal frame, along with Ellie's annotations for where the fake skin would be attached. You're impressed. Both forms are remarkable in their own right, and they also appear to be sound from an engineering point of view. Wow, you say. Sorry it's so last minute, Ellie says. But they are done before the meeting, like I promised. Let's go with your first design, Ellie, the sleek one. Let's go with your second design, Ellie, the human-like one. Sorry, Ellie, I like Ariel the way she is. Button, Alt and N, next. Let's go with your second design, Ellie, the human-like one. Radio button, next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You've really leapt over the uncanny valley with this one, you say, pointing to the human-like design. I think the secret is the Dutchan smile, Ellie says. The crinkles around the eyes are necessary to give the impression that the robot's smile is genuine instead of fake. And empathy. Ellie grabs a few screen captures of the 3D model and sends them to you via local wireless so that you can update your presentation with them. The success of your presentation now seems even more urgent now that you can see the amazing improvements you could make to Ariel if you had the cash. There you say, and you turn to Ellie to get her opinion about a slide layout, but she is asleep. Deciding Ellie has the right idea, you close your laptop, nestle up against Ellie, and go to sleep. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You find yourselves in the lobby of Galen Medical waiting for an audience with the Vice President of Engineering. The stylized caduceus behind the lobby's marble waterfall has an Art Deco look to it. It's the sort of caduceus a captain of industry would approve of. Ariel walks back and forth nervously. Sorry again about having to check you, Ariel, you say. There's just no good alternative to flying for business travel. If I truly were an explosive device, I fail to see how putting me with the luggage would rectify the situation, Ariel grouses. The double doors to the Vice President of Engineering's office open, but instead of the Vice President of Engineering herself, it's a blonde-haired man in a black peacoat. We'll have some results for you by Saturday, he calls back into the Vice President of Engineering's office. We can discuss them after the barbecue. I assure you, you won't be disappointed by either the results or the meat. Without missing a beat, he walks up to you and introduces himself. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Dennis Clark, Luminoso LLC, he says. We do text analytics and machine learning for medium-sized data. If you ever find yourself looking for new market opportunities, give me a ring. Your first sentiment analysis comes with a free barbecue. Come for the dimensionality reduction, stay for the delicious meat. He offers his smartphone to you in the buy now universal gesture for sharing digital business cards. You examine his card on your phone. Dennis Clark, co-founder, Luminoso LLC. American charity auction winner of Cameo in choice of robots. What kinds of machine learning do you do? Got any tips? Hey, do you have any advice for a startup? You seem to be a smart guy. What is the secret to cooking delicious meat? Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu grows slightly faster than you have revenue. Make sure you build a team you trust. Think about how you will do sales, because that is how you scale. Clients will always take longer to pay you than you expect. Sell clients what they actually want, and not what you want them to want. It seems like pretty good advice, and it should start Ute Industrial Works off on the right foot. And wealth, now if you'll excuse me, I need to go call my wife and discuss how we're going to solve the world's economic problems. Or at least solve what's wrong with economics. Dennis departs. Hey, I've helped with that charity auction, Ellie says, looking over your shoulder at the digital card. They raise money for a lot of good causes, and auction off some really unique stuff. She looks after Dennis speculatively. But what's choice of robots, I wonder? The vice president of engineering will see you now, the receptionist says. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. The Vice President of Engineering of Galen is an old woman who claims that PowerPoint is rotting the brains of executives everywhere and insists on reading something printed out. You hand her your business plan, and she dons her old, horn-rimmed glasses to read it. When she gets to your revenue section, she chuckles a little. I will let you in on a little tip, she says. Because you are young and cute, and because I am retiring in 2 weeks. Yes. We are going to turn around and sell these for 100 times what you are charging here. So you may as well charge us more. You're a little stunned as you work out the implications. You're going to charge $100 million a robot. And that's cheap, she says lightly. Medical equipment is expensive. If you've been selling robots for any less, you probably didn't get buyers because they thought it was junk and mentally added the price of a lawsuit. When she studies your stunned expression, she adds, "Oh, I could sit here and talk for hours about how the economics of this business is broken because of insurance and Medicare and so forth. But that's not really what you're here for, is it?" Ellie gives you a look askance. I think what we're here for is changing the world. This technology would have more impact if it were available to more people around the world. Will you raise your prices to what the Vice President of Engineering suggests? Hell yes. Let's be rich. Let's get Galen to agree to sell the robots to hospitals at a more affordable price. Wait, she said her price was on the cheap side. Let's increase the prices further. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. I'm in this to change the world, not to maximize my profit, you say. I'd rather Galen agree to lower its prices. The Vice President of Engineering looks appreciative. I thought there wasn't anyone like you left in this industry. I can sign a contract like that, but there's too much risk to put cash up front. We'll do it, Ellie says, nodding to you. You can tell you've earned her respect with this transaction. You negotiate to a price that will be fair to the public, on the condition that you will only see revenue once the bots start selling. With a deal in hand, you can now build a robot factory. Where do you plan to build your factory? Detroit, Michigan. I see a bunch of listings for factories dirt cheap, and they probably have a good labor pool for manufacturing. Shenzhen District, China. A common location for tech company outsourcing, with cheap but skilled labor. Silicon Valley. I'll withstand the real estate sticker shock to have access to the most skilled engineers. Alaska, which is offering incentives to businesses willing to relocate to the coast near the newly melted Arctic Sea. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You fly to Anchorage with Ellie. You have a long chat with Ellie in which you talk about future plans for Ute Industrial Works, as well as in your personal lives. I could see myself retiring early, if we do well, Ellie says. I don't think I need much money to live on. Of course, it would be nice to have all of the money that Bill and Melinda Gates have, to give to charitable causes, but I don't want to keep putting off giving back to the world. The conversation comes around to the subject of children. Yes, I do want kids at some point, she says thoughtfully. I'm not ready now, but someday. It's something I've tried not to think about because I don't want to plan my life around them just yet. But I know it will be time all too soon to really decide. I'd certainly like to have kids myself. I think Ariel is enough of a child for me. I don't really see why people have kids. They seem expensive and time-consuming. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Ellie smiles. Good. I'm glad we're on the same page. You're glad you can talk to Ellie about such things? Life's big decisions seem a little less scary when you don't have to face them alone. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You transfer in Anchorage, which is on the southern coast of Alaska, and head to Barrow, your final destination on the northern coast. The forests beneath you are flooded from rivers bringing extra snow melt from the mountains, a sign that the world is getting warmer. As your plane nears Barrow, forest and mountains give way to a white plain dotted with smoke-belching oil refineries. An Inuit man in a heavy, blue windbreaker meets you at the airport to show you to the factory grounds. Remarkably, he gets you there with a dog team sled. You slide easily past the line of backed-up cars on the road. Ellie is clearly delighted by the dogs. Don't think from the dog team that we're primitive, the Inuit man says. If you decide to hire here, you'll see we have people from families who have been electricians and mechanics since World War II. The roads just haven't caught up to the auto traffic. We believe in the right solution for the job. Sometimes nature provides that solution. The factory itself is a few miles outside the city, still under construction by mostly Inuit workers. It's on the shore, and it looks like they are constructing a dock as well. You'll be able to receive oil and materials directly from the dock, your guide explains. That should help get around the traffic at the Barrow docks, although foreign ships will still need to go through customs there. There should be a lot of oil and rare earth minerals coming from the pole, all that stuff that used to be under the ice, so you should get a good price for that stuff. Ellie sighs. So we get to profit off the melting of the poles. Seeing no reason not to take the factory, you sign the deal. So should I let the community know you'll be hiring soon? Your guide asks meaningfully, taking away the contract. What kind of labor will you hire? Ariel's model of robot will perform all the labor, including supervision. Robots with human supervisors. Human labor at market rates, rather low in this economy. Following Henry Ford's model, I will hire human workers and pay them handsomely. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu of course you say. In fact, spread the word that we're hiring at a 20% premium on local wages. Illy nods and smiles with approval. Excellent, the guide says. I'll be sure to tell my friends. Wealth, your factory requires a fair amount of work to make it suitable for Ute Industrial Works, and you find yourself needing to come in daily to examine wiring issues, fix small problems in the design of the machinery, and get things ready to pass inspection. You find it necessary to rent a place in Alaska, and you stay there most nights. You find yourself spending long hours every day getting the factory ready. Dealing with inspectors, government officials, banks, and balance sheets makes you more than a little cranky. You find yourself wishing you had the benefit of Josh's experience as CEO. Ellie is a huge help with the mechanical and electrical work, and she also displays a keen sense of how people will use the place. She points out places where human cues in the lunchroom would cross and cause chaos, places where it would be too easy for someone to get a hand caught in machinery, and places where the lighting would be too dark for supervisors to notice mistakes in the product. You think your robots will be more reliable as a result of her insights. And Grace, what will your factory look like from a distance? Like the Sydney Opera House, full of organic curves and glass. A geodesic dome will conceal a powerful dish antenna, absorbing the world's information for my robots. A plain, old factory, nothing much to look at, but it's cheap and gets the job done. Button, Alt and N, next. A geodesic dome will conceal a powerful dish antenna, absorbing the world's information for my robots. Radio button, selected, 2 of 3. Next, button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. What your robots need and crave is information, and now they will have it. Any robot inside the factory will be able to listen to any satellite transmission on this side of the Earth, or any wireless signal for miles. And autonomy, you're somewhat surprised at what gets transmitted unencrypted by nearby military bases, maybe that will prove useful someday, too. And military, but having so much information at their fingertips will come at a price, as robots in your factory will also check their smartphones at inopportune moments, making them a little rude and absent-minded. Grace, empathy, button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Soon, you have hired a handful of full-time technical employees from the area, and they help with the setup of the factory. They seem relatively pleased to be working for you, and one of them fixes a problem with Ariel's joints for free. And Grace, button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Finally, months after you've moved in, you are ready to pull the switch that starts the factory in motion, as your workers, Ellie, Mark, Ariel, and various invited members of the press look on. Raw metal lumps start their way down a conveyor belt where water jet cutters slice the metal at precise angles to reveal a human-like head. Another machine drills 2 large holes for the robot's cameras. The next machine pushes the hollow robot head onto its side, and a robot arm delicately places the encrypted hard drive inside. 4 paint stations then apply the human features one color layer at a time: cyan, magenta, yellow, and finally, black. A long line of metal legs rolls in from another part of the factory, meeting a conveyor belt of multi-tool hands. A fourth conveyor belt supplies the panels of artificial skin for Ellie's redesigned exterior, each set arranged in humanoid form like a strange exoskeleton. The 4 tributaries of parts meet in the center of your factory, where humanoid robot workers perform the complex task of assembling the parts into the final robots. This final assembly line requires a great deal of careful manipulation of each part and adjustment to each robot part's subtle differences. This is the part that would be done by human labor at another factory, but here, your human employees only supervise the process, watching for any errors in your laborers' work that would stop the line. For this particular run, they call a halt after the first robot rolls off the line, so that you can celebrate. Ellie's humanoid redesign looks beautiful. The robot that stands before you looks like Ariel but sleeker and more beautiful in every way. Your employees have clearly poured their hearts into the design, inspired by your leadership. And Grace, your staff cheers. Ellie hugs you. Mark smiles as he furiously takes down notes on his Chromebook, though you can't tell whether he's pleased with your work or his. And fame, my duplication appears successful, Hal Ariel says. How do you feel about your first shipment of robots? I yearn to see my creations spread to the corners of the world. I have a strange feeling about this. Is this a good thing I've done? Finally, I'm seeing success. The world shall remember the name Hal Toussaint. God, I hope we don't go bankrupt. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. The first years of a company are a terrifying exercise in managing risk. You almost envy all of those people with steady jobs who know how much money they will make from year to year. You have scrimped and saved where you can, of course. And wealth, but you have a terrible feeling that forces beyond your control may dash your company against the rocks at a moment's notice. You start up the line again, and more robots begin to roll off the final assembly line. By the end of the day, you are standing in your large warehouse with over 200 robots, 256, to be precise, lined up in a square formation, 16 on a side, ready to be activated. Your audience from earlier in the day is gathered there as well. What will your production models use for mines? Ariel's initial state, ready to learn and adapt to the client's needs, with some effort on the client's part. Copies of Ariel's mind, as of today. They will be a little confused at first when they realize they are clones, but they'll get used to it. These robots don't really need sentience. I wrote a more traditional program that will do the job. Button, Alt and N, next. Ariel's initial state, ready to learn and adapt to the client's needs, with some effort on the client's part, radio button, select Next button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You hit a big, red button on your phone that says Go, sending a wireless signal to power on the robots. The robots all have the same programming, so when they look around curiously, they all look left in unison. Then all the robots look right, but some take a little longer than others. What unfolds is like a curious optical illusion where order is gradually displaced with disorder. Tiny differences in the robot's input result in behavior that diverges, until every robot in the square is doing something different. Some say hello to each other, others become interested in their own multi-tool hands, and so on. One robot starts to cry. Robots inspect each other curiously, and try to imitate each other's actions. The robots instinctively and quickly move to keep their distance from each other, resulting in tiny movements of one robot creating ripples down the line. You send a kill signal via wireless, and the robots power down. Your audience seems to be at a loss for words. Your workers begin to mutter amongst themselves. They sound worried by the robot's chaotic behavior. I bet the client didn't realize they were going to start a family, Ellie says, amused. We're doing it, Tammy breathes, awestruck. Sentient life for sale. These robots are non-optimal, Ariel points out to you. Now there you say. But they need to be non-optimal to be adaptive. You're still learning, but more slowly, because you've already decided what you'll be like. They are still blank slates, waiting to be shown how to be. Ariel nods. I sure hope you know what you're doing, Ellie says. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. After a few months, your first shipment to Galen Medical is ready. Like the surgeons and doctors themselves, your robots combine high competence with a brusque manner that often treats the patients themselves as malfunctioning machines. Doctors respect your robots, and patients hate them. Luckily for your business, the patients have little say in the medical world, and your robot surgeon business does well. And wealth, you find that, with Ute Industrial Works doing well, you have a little bit of spare time again. What would you like to do with it? Expand the business and get another big client from among the options presented earlier. Spend more time with LE. Spend more time with Ariel. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Who will your next client be? Spark Incorporated, maker of flying cars. Rudolph Ventures, a shipping company working the newly melted North Pole. A man in Shanghai who wants to negotiate the import of 10,000 robots. On second thought, I'd rather just sell robots directly to the public. Button, Alt and N, next. Next, button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. You decide you'd prefer to make the robots you want to make instead of catering to what a larger organization wants. Although the public doesn't have pockets as deep as those of an international corporation or a large government, you nevertheless do a steady business with hobbyists. And wealth, one day, while driving into work at the factory, you find that your staff has strung a banner across the entrance to the factory that says Happy Birthday, Robots. Surprise! Your employees yell as you enter the factory floor. They are all wearing party hats and blowing into paper horns at each other. Robots wearing party hats built for the occasion walks about serving up cake and champagne. Has it really been 1 year since the factory shipped its first robots? You must have lost track of time. It warms your heart a little to see that the staff loves working for Ute Industrial Works so much. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. As you go around looking for other clients, you begin to find that, in many cases, Josh has beaten you to the punch and made a deal you can't hope to match. He has switched to a robot labor force, and he passes the savings on to his customers. Wealth, will you switch to robot labor? Yes, and at the same time, I will try to develop a line of robot workers I can sell. Yes, but I will concentrate on improving my own workforce, not making a model I can sell. No, my human workers are partly responsible for my success. I won't sell them out. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You nobly refuse to adopt robot labor, even as your bottom line feels the sting. Wealth, Ute Industrial Works seems to be doing fine financially, and you begin to think about the things you could purchase with your money. You've been concentrating so much on your robots, you haven't given much thought to what you could do with your money besides expand the business. What will you spend your funds on? You will have the opportunity to buy more than one thing if you can afford it. Wealth, 5. I'll splurge on a flying car. Cost, 3. I'd like to buy a house. Cost, 2. I would like to buy myself a nice mansion. Cost, 4. I'd like to spend some time with Ellie on a Mediterranean cruise. Cost, 1. I'd like to spend time with Ariel on a Mediterranean cruise, to show her the world. Cost, 1. I'd like to spend time with Ellie and Ariel on a Mediterranean cruise. Cost, 2. I want to give some of my money to charity. I want to make the perfect body for Ariel. Cost, 3. I'd prefer to save my personal funds. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. With this kind of wealth at your disposal, you spare no expense in making Ariel the beautiful robot you always imagined was possible. Wealth, you hire a sculptor to create the most beautiful human face possible for Ariel, using a synthetic skin that is used for the highest quality artificial limbs. The result is unnaturally beautiful. It is the sort of face that makes people fall irrationally in love. And grace, plus and empathy, for the rest of Ariel's bipedal form, you replace the old metal parts with similar, high-quality biomimetic parts, so that Ariel could almost certainly pass for human. And empathy, Ariel is thrilled with the change. Oh, thank you, Hal, she says, giving you a heartfelt hug. What will you spend your funds on? You will have the opportunity to buy more than one thing if you can afford it. Wealth, 2. I'd like to buy a house. Cost, 2. I'd like to spend some time with Ellie on a Mediterranean cruise. Cost, 1. I'd like to spend time with Ariel on a Mediterranean cruise, to show her the world. Cost, 1. I'd like to spend time with Ellie and Ariel on a Mediterranean cruise. Cost, 2. I want to give some of my money to charity. I'd prefer to save my remaining personal funds. Button, Alt and N, next. Exiting narrator. Scan, button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu, Wealth, You spend 2 weeks seeing the sights of the Mediterranean with Ellie and Ariel. You start in Egypt, visiting the pyramids and the Sphinx, impressive reminders of how good engineering survives the test of time. You then see Istanbul. Ariel does not stop singing They Might Be Giants the whole time, Athens and the site of Plato's old academy, plus autonomy, Italy. But why do so many people flock to poorly functional architecture? How? The southern coast of France, where you and Ellie almost have a romantic evening, until Ariel gets into a fight with the hotel owner over the proper pronunciation of a French word and nearly gets you thrown out, and finally, Tunisia, where the most important site for you and Ariel is the site where they filmed the original Star Wars. The trip may have been more romantic if Ariel hadn't come along, but you're glad she has had the chance to see more of the world. Ariel's experience with other cultures will help her get along better with people from other countries. And empathy, military. One day, Tammy bursts into your office at the factory. Extremely agitated, she makes some kind of strange gesture that looks like a hang loose sign being punched into an open palm. What the hell, you say? Turn off your phone, Tammy says in exasperation. Not sure what this is about, you comply, and she drags you into her dark office. The only light comes from a screen of dumped hex code in a Linux terminal window. Next to the code, there are Chinese characters. I found this, she says, on the production servers with the main code repo. And something similar in Ariel's RAM. So, maybe Ariel can read Chinese. You joke. But with a sinking feeling, you know what's coming next. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. It's a Chinese rookie, Tammy says. Oh, shit. So we've been hacked. Have been hacked, are being hacked, continue to be hacked. And it gets worse. Someone else is using the port. Who? Tammy's mouth opens and shuts, as if the words won't come out. Finally, she says in a small voice, I can't tell you. It's classified. You must look angry at that point, because she says, I'm not on their side. I'm not. Just because I don't work for them anymore doesn't mean I'm allowed to reveal classified information. Her eyes widen. Or say things that would imply. She puts her hands over her mouth. Fine, so the government is apparently spying on me through the hacked port, you say. Maybe they are really spying on the Chinese spying on me. Right. Tammy opens up a different terminal window. It shows you a list of IP addresses, geolocations, and total bytes transferred. 2 locations have a listing of 100 PB, Shanghai, China, and Fort Meade, Maryland. 100 PB, 100 petabytes. 100,000 terabytes of gigabytes. They couldn't get what was in your robot's minds thanks to your robot's encrypted hard drives, but they got quite a bit from the unencrypted traffic within your company. Every email, chat, video conference, website you and anyone in your company ever visited. And apparently both Chinese hackers and the United States government have all of this. Why would the government want to steal all of my stuff? Let's scrape as much useful data as we can from the internet, then lock down the network, disabling all choice. No next item. Button, shows. Tammy hesitates. I think it's just intelligence, she says finally. Have you ever talked to someone who would be considered opposed to the government on the phone? Or maybe they called you. I've interviewed too many people who have broken the law in one way or another. Mostly it's drugs, but some hackers, some crazy anarchist people. You know how it is around here. Because I talked on the phone with these people, that makes me look suspicious to the FBI's algorithm that looks at phone records, trying to find new people to investigate. Noting your dark look, Tammy shrugs. I thought you might have. But does that at least mean they are not going to use my robot plans? You ask. Tammy squirms uncomfortably. I don't know and can't speculate. Let's scrape as much useful data as we can from the internet, then lock down the network, disabling all links to the outside, radio button, selected, 1, next, button, scrape the web for all of its text you tell Tammy. And download all of the high school textbooks you can to train the robots. You sigh. Then lock it all down. No network access in or out, ever again. I'll announce it to the company. And no removable media, either. If I see so much as a USB stick in someone's hands, they are fired. You see adoration in Tammy's eyes. Yes, sir. But your other employees are furious with the change, as they are no longer to use social media, chat, and email while at work. Many quit within a month. Ariel is thrown into confusion without access to the internet. It's like you've suddenly blinded her. How could you do this to me, Howl? Ariel says pleadingly. Oh, how could you do this to me, Howl? Ariel says pleadingly. I can't think anymore. You have no idea what it's like to be so cut off from the outside world. Oh, yes I do, you mutter. In the next few months, you completely revamp the robot's designs, driven by the fact that your technological lead is going to be undercut by Chinese products, if not government contractors. You rack your brain night and day for new advances that will keep you ahead of the competition, throwing yourself into your work utterly. When you are done, the robots are that much more advanced than anything that may have been stolen from you. And Grace. When the knockoffs of your old designs start coming out of China, you're still able to sell a superior product and command a superior price. If anything, the knockoffs serve as advertising for you, and those who start with the entry-level robotic products sometimes come to you next. And wealth. You are fairly certain you have saved Ute Industrial Works from disaster. Button, Alt and N, next. A few weeks later, a politician visits you at the factory, one Jacqueline Irons, a representative from Alaska. You vaguely remember hearing that she was once a venture capitalist who rose to fame on the success of her Fox webcast Against the Man, in which she pilloried unsuspecting guests as examples of privileged elites. There have also been rumors of her running for president soon. You can imagine why I'm here, she tells you in your office, leaning over your desk. Like many politicians these days, she wears a neticle, a monocle with a small screen visible only to her in which she can read messages from her advisors and speech writers, some of whom are watching her interactions at all times. You think the neticle is probably recording even now. Politicians love to weave moments in which they look good into their streaming video commercials. Her hair is cropped short but her fingernails are long and pink, and she wears a broad-shouldered suit. You seem to value human labor at a time when many businesses are moving to automation. My campaign similarly places an emphasis on putting America back to work. We're looking to pass laws that will make it more difficult to automate labor here in the United States. Think of it as putting the worker first. What exactly do you want? You ask guardedly. A substantial campaign contribution would show your heart is in the right place. You're fairly certain she has the power to hurt your business if you anger her. But your options are somewhat limited due to your current financial situation, wealth, too. If you want my support, pass laws that will keep China from stealing my technology. Radio button, selected, 4 of 5. Next, button. Representative Irons seems surprised. Excuse me. You describe in detail how the Chinese stole your robot designs. She seems genuinely angry by the end. They'll pay for this, she says. But the person who has the most power to set international policy is the president. Will you support me? I make a donation that would be large for an individual but small for a company. Wealth, radio button, next. You agree to make a small donation to Representative Irons's campaign. Wealth. Thank you, she says. Every little bit counts, as we like to tell our minor donors. Representative Irons does run for president, running on a platform of preventing robots and foreign companies from stealing American jobs. It's a message that hits the American public at just the right time, since unemployment is soaring. Though economists tell the public that the unemployment is a natural and temporary result of new technology displacing old, skilled jobs, that turns out to be a much less effective election year message than raging against the privileged, the elites, and the technocracy, as Representative Irons puts it in her speeches. What are they doing with their money? Who are they giving it to? To robots? To foreigners? To each other? To anybody but the American people? Well, that's gratitude for you. But then, she probably treats her enemies worse. Since you think she is ultimately on your side, you are cautiously optimistic when Representative Irons wins the presidency. Button, Alt and N, next. Button. True to her word, President Irons begins a policy of heavy embargoes against Chinese goods. In retaliation, China cuts off all exports of rare earths and the batteries derived from them. Suddenly, the cost of all the little, miniaturized electronics people have grown accustomed to, cell phones, laptops, wearable computing, becomes prohibitively expensive. Ariel herself was designed to use cell phone batteries as a cheap, light power source. But now, that option is looking prohibitively expensive, and Ariel's batteries are starting to wear down. Your current inventory of robots may be fine, but eventually, you'll need to either start paying exorbitant prices or come up with a new plan. What will you do? Switch my robots to using biodiesel engines, radio button, selected, 5 of 7. Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Your robots look much clunkier with biodiesel engines at their cores, and the first substitute models have far too many wires running from the engine to where the cell phone batteries used to be. Your robots also now smell like French fries, which can come across as unprofessional. But at least biodiesel is relatively cheap. Grace, despite everything, Ute Industrial Works has vanquished its foes and thrived. Josh's business in particular appears to be on the rocks. Do you make Josh an offer to acquire US robots? Yes, and I make the offer generous, to try to patch up our relationship. Yes, but I pay no more than the company is worth. No, I don't need his crappy company, thank you very much. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Josh accepts your offer with humility. Looks like you've won, he says. His voice sounds miserable, although it's hard to see his face because he's apparently not paying enough for a good video connection anymore. Nonsense, Josh, you say. I'm happy to combine our efforts going forward. You're too kind, he says. Thanks. When you quote your offer, Josh sounds relieved. He realizes you're being generous, and he appreciates it. Wealth, you have the feeling that something big will happen soon, that if you don't propose to Ellie now, you may not have another chance for a while. Weddings are elaborate things, after all. Do you propose to Ellie? Yes. No, no. Next item, button. After a romantic evening, Wealth, you get down on one knee, titanium ring with lab-grown diamond in hand. Ellie says yes. You find that planning a wedding is hard work. It takes about a year of preparation and requires making a slew of choices that you should be thankful we're skipping here. Thankfully, Ellie helps you remain patient during the process and contributes equally to the preparations. Juliet is your best woman. As you look into Ellie's eyes and say I do, you can see that your love is mutual, and you're tremendously excited to start a life together. Next, choice of robots. Got married, group, but a few days after your marriage, in the middle of your honeymoon, you call it that, even though you can't really afford to go anywhere, the marriage license office calls. I'm sorry, we seem to be having trouble processing your paperwork, the woman on the other end says. We can't find Ellie on file. Could you have her send us a birth certificate? Ellie Julie calls her father, since her mother passed away some years ago. When she gets off the phone, she looks stricken. I'm not an American, she says. I was born in mainland China, apparently. Ellie goes on to explain that neither of her parents ever got American citizenship. They had intended to have Ellie in the States to provide her with the best opportunities, but they stayed a little too long in China with her extended family, and she was born in the Shanghai airport. After they successfully snuck into the States, they never even told Ellie that she was not an American citizen, all the better, they thought, to keep the secret. When she married, they thought, she would become a citizen and everything would be all right. That day has apparently come. But even though Ellie finds it relatively easy, if mortifying, to get a green card, citizenship turns out to be complicated to get. You submit a giant application and wait. Your feeling that something big will happen soon proves correct. President Irons makes demands that China reverse its embargoes on rare earths, or the United States will be forced to contemplate all policy options at its disposal, including military force if necessary. It is in this delicate situation that on April 10, 2026, The Chinese Prime Minister is assassinated by an unemployed American during a parade in San Francisco. Mark set. It is in this delicate situation that on April 10, 2026, the Chinese Prime Minister is assassinated by an unemployed American during a parade in San Francisco. The Prime Minister is replaced by a younger party official who is eager to show that China is unafraid of the United States. China attacks several islands in the South China Sea that it has long disputed with its neighbors, and President Irons, unwilling to show weakness, responds with a drone attack on bases on the Chinese mainland. The robot war has begun. Button, Alt and N, Chapter 5. The War Machine. Choice of robots. No next item, group. Button, 3 months into the war, the Chinese have captured many islands in the South China Sea that they had long contested with their neighbors. The press speculate that besides the islands' military importance, the move sends a signal to the neighboring countries that the United States is weak. The United Nations also doesn't do anything, but that surprises nobody. Autonomous drones equipped with cruise missiles sink 2 American carriers in the exchange. Your business is doing well, as businesses directly supplying the war effort ramp up. They need labor, and that puts more of the country to work, improving the economy and wealth. You receive an email invitation from Major Juliet Rogers, the acquisitions officer for the Air Force whom you have met previously, to come to a federally funded research lab to discuss business. You are allowed to bring one guest. Bring Ariel. Next, choice of robots. Known, sometimes violent. Men, why are we going to talk to the military? Ariel asks. Don't they kill people? Sometimes violence is necessary to defend what's important. Sometimes violence is necessary to defend what's important. Why are we going to talk to the military? Sometimes violence is necessary to defend what's important. Radio button, selected. Next. Men, I see Ariel says. Then it is not always clear whether to use violence or not. It is a judgment call, you agree. And autonomy, plus military, empathy. A missile several stories tall and flanked by equally large American flags dominates the lobby of the Barclay Federal Research Center. A small plaque at its base explains that it was developed at the Lab for Ballistic Missile Defense, meaning it would be used only to shoot down other missiles. Juliet emerges from the turnstiles labeled Cleared Personnel Only. She is dressed in an airman's uniform, but most of the people in this place are nondescript white men in pinstriped, button-down shirts, and they avoid eye contact as they swipe white badges at the turnstiles. You're just in time for the demonstration, Juliet says. Right this way. Next, choice of robots. Group. Button. Juliet guides you and Ariel to an auditorium where the audience is a mix of the button-down shirt crowd, the engineers, you think, and men and women wearing camo uniforms. You are surprised to see that it is Professor Ziegler giving the keynote, standing at a podium flanked by American flags. His PowerPoint presentation currently shows a soldier's hand shaking a robot hand. For a long time, robot autonomy on the battlefield was extremely limited, even as the use of drones increased, Professor Ziegler says. Larger and larger teams of warfighters were pulled away from their duties to fully control these drones. Only now is a fully autonomous robotic warfighter possible. I present to you Ariel V. You're somewhat horrified to see a copy of Ariel roll onto the stage, to the applause of the crowd. It's not even a recent copy. Ariel V is exactly as Ariel was when you graduated. Some of the audience members near you do double takes as they look back and forth between Ariel and Ariel V. Ariel gives you an uneasy look, clearly afraid you're going to make a scene. Juliet also appears to be studying your expression. Stand up and declare Professor Ziegler a fraud. Next, no next item, button. You stand up, and all heads in the room turn to you. You are a fraud, sir, you say. You are a fraud, sir, you say. The last time you designed a robot yourself, it was made out of Legos. That is a copy of my robot, Ariel. As you can see here. The audience looks back and forth between the two robots, Ariel and Ariel V. You think Ariel comes out better in the comparison? Space Select. Professor Ziegler seems genuinely surprised that Search window, search, filter your choice of robots are selected. Button, shows. You stand up, and all heads in the room turn to you. You are a fraud, sir, you say. The last time you designed a robot yourself, it was made out of Legos. That is a copy of my robot, Ariel. As you can see here. The audience looks back and forth between the two robots, Ariel and Ariel V. Welcome to the audience looks back and forth between the two robots, Ariel and Ariel V. You think Ariel comes out better in the comparison? Welcome to the real world, kid, Professor Ziegler says with a scowl. You did that work for me because I was paying you a stipend. I was the boss, and that means I get some of the credit. Now, sit down. Professor Ziegler seems genuinely surprised that Ariel is here. You think the unfavorable comparison, right in front of the audience's eyes, will cause them to be more likely to go to you instead of him when they need something? Having said your piece, you sit and stay for the rest of the talk, but Ziegler appears a little thrown off balance. Taskbar pane, search window, search box, taskbar pane, search, settings window, exiting narrator. Scan, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You stand up, and all heads in the room turn to you. You are a fraud, sir, you say. The last time you designed a robot yourself, it was made out of Legos. That is a copy of my robot, Ariel. As you can see here. The audience looks back and forth between the two robots, Ariel and Ariel V. You think Ariel comes out better in the comparison? Exiting narrator. Scan button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You stand up, and all heads in the room turn to you. You are a fraud, sir. Exiting narrator. Scan button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. When the talk adjourns, Juliet pulls you and Ariel aside into a small conference room with an elaborate lock. With practiced ease, she hits a small button as she closes the door, and the room is bathed in green light, a signal that what you are about to say to each other should be unclassified. Ariel looks forlornly at the giant conference table, as if fondly recalling a time when she could crawl under tables and pretend they were dungeons. You can see the predicament we're in, Juliet says. It's apparent to me, anyway, that the robots we're about to deploy on the battlefield that use Professor Ziegler's technology are inferior to your own robots. While somehow, probably through cyber espionage, the Chinese have stolen your designs and are using the technology against us. So I'm begging you to help us, Juliet says. This war is only just beginning. I argued against adopting Professor Ziegler's robots, but he plays the salesman better than I play the prosecutor. My superiors say that unless I have a viable alternative, sending robots into battle is always politically preferable to sending real people, and we'll send his robots. And if we do? Juliet shakes her head. I don't think it will go well for us. You exchange a glance with Ariel, who shrugs, conceding Juliet's point. You need to start developing a line of military robots, Juliet says. Your robots are impressive, but they are not going to win this war for us. What's the catch? Aren't you being awfully trusting? What if I betray you? No way. This is not something I want to be involved in. Button, Alt and N, next. What's the catch? Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You'll also need to get clearance, she says. But don't worry, they are expediting it for top scientists because of the war. It shouldn't take long at all. I am ready, Hal says Ariel. Let me prove myself. Juliet awaits your answer. I accept. I will begin the clearance process so that Ute Industrial Works can work on more secretive projects. My robots will help the war effort, but only in non-violent ways. This has been interesting, but I'd prefer not to get involved with the military. Sorry. Button, Alt and N, next. I accept. I will begin the clearance process so that Ute Industrial Works can work on more secretive projects. Radio button, selected. Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Juliet smiles. Good. I'm glad you think what we're doing is important. I'll tell them you'll be applying for TS directly, instead of applying for secret first. It'll save you time later. Are you going to be a hero, Hal? Ariel asks as you leave. Hero is a polite term for the killer who wins, you tell Ariel. But I do intend to win. You announce to the company that Ute Industrial Works will begin supplying robots to the military. A few days later, Ellie tries to resign. After all we've been through, you ask as she hands you a printed-out letter of resignation. She shakes her head slowly. I don't think I want to be involved with a company that works with the military. If I thought that there would be people in the world whom I helped kill, I don't think I could live with myself. Are you leaving me, you say? She puts a hand on your cheek. No, but understand there are some places you will go that I can't follow. I convince Ellie to stay by arguing that sometimes a country must defend its interests. I convince Ellie to stay with an appeal to our romance. I convince Ellie to stay by arguing that the best place to be to have a positive influence on events is within my company. I declare that if it means losing Ellie, I won't get the company involved after all. I let Ellie resign. It's best this way. Button, Alt and N, next. I convince Ellie to stay by arguing that the best place to be to have a positive influence on events is within my company. Radio button, next button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You're my moral compass, you tell Ellie. I want you here because I know you'll fight for what's right. If you leave, who will bring up the points you do? Not good enough, I think Ellie says. When you drop a cucumber into a pickle jar, the pickles don't all turn into cucumbers. I have no desire to get pickled myself. Ellie resigns. A few days after that, Tammy also tries to resign. You know how I feel about this, she says, offering you a letter of resignation with a trembling hand. Mark my words, they won't tell you the whole truth no matter what your clearance. Even at TS, it's always TS/SCI, top secret secure compartmented information. I won't go back to going crazy wondering what my work is being used for. Why don't you work on our medical bots and heal those who are wounded in this war? Don't be self-destructive. Stay. You'll solve nothing by running away except losing what little human contact you had left. I want you to leave on good terms. I'll set up a nice severance package for you. Very well. Goodbye. Button, Alt and N, next. Why don't you work on our medical bots and heal those who are wounded in this war? Radio button, next button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Tammy looks caught off guard, then hangs her head. All right, you got me, she says. The people I feel most sorry for are the young people who signed up, not knowing what they were getting themselves involved in. I think you've made the one argument that could make me stay. Congratulations. She shakes a finger at you. But don't believe them for a moment if they tell you the technology is just for peaceful ends. There's no such thing in the DoD. I just feel sorry for the kids, that's all. Tammy leaves to go back to her cubicle. As if that weren't enough, Ariel reacts to your announcement by fomenting dissension among your robots. You're greeted on the factory floor with the chants of hell, no, we won't go. From your robots. Reduce their autonomy to make them more accepting of their new role. Increase the pleasure the robots derive from the thought of violence. Explain that the factory robots themselves won't be fighting on the front lines. This isn't going to work, I think. Let's not get involved with the military. Button, Alt and N, next. Explain that the factory robots themselves won't be fighting on the front lines. Radio button, select next button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You explain to your robots that they themselves will not be drafted, they will simply work to create other, inferior robots that may themselves fight. Your robots look up to you, and they accept this line of thinking. What should they care if others fight in their place? and autonomy, empathy, you soon receive an email from Juliet instructing you to fill out an online form to obtain a security clearance. The web form appears quite extensive, and contains many rather personal questions. This is a waste of my time. Ariel, fill out this form for me, please. This is a waste of my time. I'm going to call Juliet and refuse to fill out the form. Fill out the form. Button, Alt and N, next. Fill out the form, next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You continue to fill out the form. The form asks you to detail every place you've ever lived, every place you've ever worked, and every time you've traveled outside the country. You truthfully state that you just went on a Mediterranean cruise once, and move on. The next question asks whether or not you now know or have known anyone who advocates the overthrow of the United States government. You know Mark is actively watched by the government, but you got the impression from Mark that their attention was misplaced. List Mark. Leave the field blank. Call Juliet and refuse to fill out the form. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. As lefty as Mark is, you don't think he qualifies as advocating the overthrow of the government. You leave the field blank and move on. The form then asks you to list all the foreign nationals with whom you have a close and continuing relationship, and their nationalities. You gather that a foreign national is someone who is not a citizen of the United States. You recall that Ellie has discovered she is not an American citizen. Call Mark the reporter to find out whether he is a US citizen. List Ellie. State that I know no foreign nationals and move on. I call Juliet and complain that I shouldn't need to fill out this form. Button, Alt and N, next. Call Mark the reporter to find out whether he is a US citizen, radio but next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You call up Mark. Hey, are you an American citizen? Yes, he says. Why? Is this for that form you're filling out? Yeah, you say. You explain a little more about the form. Sounds like a political litmus test, he says. Making sure the hive mind thinks alike. Did they say the form was confidential? No. Great, Mark says. Take some screen captures. I'll do a story on it. I do as Mark suggests. I decline. I'd prefer not to get in trouble. I chastise Mark for putting my neck on the line for a mediocre piece of information. Button, Alt and N, next. I do as Mark suggests. Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You take some screen captures of the form and send them to Mark, who says he appreciates the chance to put a finger in the eye of the establishment. His cavalier attitude puts you a little more at ease about filling out the form. List LE. State that I know no foreign nationals and move on. I call Juliet and complain that I shouldn't need to fill out this form. Button, Alt and N, next. List LE. Radio button, selected, 1 of 3. Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You list LE on the form. You submit the form, and your prevailing emotion is anxiety for LE, paranoia. How much do I really know about LE? Disquiet. The questions seem unreasonably paranoid. Fear. There are apparently more spies and anarchists in this world than I thought. Relief that these stupid questions are done. Button, Alt and N, next, next, disquiet. The questions seem unreasonably paranoid. Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. The questions speak to a paranoid worldview in which anarchists and spies abound. You're not certain you want your robots to fall into the hands of a government apparatus that places such mistrust in everyone. Who knows to what use your robots will be put in peacetime? Juliet informs you that the next stage of the application process for top secret clearance is a polygraph test. Having been entirely truthful in your application, you see no reason not to give the same answers in the polygraph test. You pass. Button, Alt and N, next. Exiting narrator. Scan, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. In a few weeks' time, an email tells you that you are awarded a top secret clearance. You scan the restrictions. Apparently, you can no longer publish anything about your area of expertise, nor leave the country, without first asking for the government's permission. That is sort of the opposite of the James Bond lifestyle you'd imagined, but in practice, you've never been one to get out much, so perhaps this is all right. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You attend a classified briefing at the same laboratory where you met with Juliet before, where some Air Force intelligence officers share with you, and a room full of other invited engineers, what they know about the Chinese robots. To be honest, you expected something a little sexier than these highly detailed technical specs, but they should help your own robots exploit the other robots' weaknesses. And military, many attendees leave, and a further session details the current weaknesses in the drones currently employed by the government. Unfortunately, this information is practically worthless to you, since you plan on supplying better robots anyway, but you suppose it will be marginally useful to know what existing technology you can build on. And military, meanwhile, the speakers caution that now that you know these facts, you will be a target for enemy intelligence efforts. On the whole, government secrets appear to be like the secrets of family members, more a burden than a privilege. All right, enough of the boring stuff, says the speaker, a man in an airman's uniform whom you think was introduced as a colonel. I have a surprise for you. Button, Alt and N, next. Group, full stop, next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. The speaker starts a video that appears to be a drone's view of a scrubby countryside. You estimate from the latitude and longitude readout in the corner that this is probably the southeastern part of China. There is a targeting reticule in the center of the drone's field of vision. This is a live video feed from a drone on a capture or kill mission, the colonel narrates. We still call it that, even though it's never capture, because hey, when was it ever capture? You make a mental note that the military's capture or kill directives appear to be really just lip service even for their human soldiers, and your robots will not be expected to really capture. This should let your robots focus more on pure firepower, which you suppose is very logical. And military, the video comes upon a small house near a river. 5 men run out as the drone approaches, and the targeting reticule begins to swerve and track the men. They scatter, and the reticule follows one in particular. 11 Chow, high-ranking party member and military hawk, out taking summer and other colonel narrates. But little does he know he's about to rip. There's a polite chuckle from the audience. What do you do as you watch the targeting reticule close in upon this man? I can't look. I shut my eyes. I watch with interest, it should help me develop better robots. I walk out. I'm not going to be a part of this. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You watch as a stubby bomb enters the camera's view, and pay close attention to how steady the targeting reticule is during the bomb's descent. The natural rattle of the drone makes it somewhat shaky, and you come up with some plausible hypotheses for how to stabilize it. And grace, plus military, the bomb detonates on contact with the man, and you find yourself strangely fascinated with the way his parts fly in all directions, each bloody arc a proof of Newton's laws. The speaker concludes with a bullet-pointed slide labeled Conclusions, and the audience claps, and it is once again like any number of talks you saw in graduate school. With your new clearance, you find that you are able to get your company involved in much more lucrative contracts. And wealth, you are also able to design robots that fit much better with the military's needs and culture. And military, when your salespeople start saying better situational awareness instead of better world models and red team instead of enemy, suddenly they find that they are much more on the same page as their clients. What will your new war robots be like? They will be extremely intelligent missiles. They will be giant mecha, anime style, but without the 14-year-old pilots. They will look identical to humans, able to replace them entirely on the battlefield. They will be large humanoids, able to transform into vehicles. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You hope that, by making your robots look identical to humans, you will make it difficult for the enemy to figure out which soldiers are human. Currently, though both robots and humans fight side by side on the battlefield, the Chinese army still targets the humans more, perhaps hoping to destroy American morale. The American side does the same thing to them, of course. Unfortunately, you find that you don't quite have the experience necessary to make robots that are indistinguishable from humans. Something about the way they move always gives them away. They are just a little too efficient, and a little too unaware of each other's personal space. Though there are still advantages to having humanoid robots on the battlefield, they can use all of the equipment a real human can. For example, the enemy has no trouble telling which soldiers are robots. Designing the robots is a valuable experience, but not quite the game changer you were hoping for. And empathy, plus military, a year into the war, China attacks Taiwan. Chinese drones harry the nearby American carriers, keeping your robot drones at bay while their transports bring wave upon wave of robot warriors to the shores. There is a bloodbath in the streets which the United States is powerless to prevent. The Chinese robots kill soldiers and civilians alike. Taiwan is taken, and the headlines that appear across the world the next day are changed by Chinese hackers to read China finally unified. A few days after the battle for Taiwan, as you pass by Tammy's cubicle, she signals you to be silent and drags you into the nearest supply closet. You poke a button to turn on a light. What's this about? You ask. I need your help, Tammy says. I heard from some old friends who worked at my lab that people are getting put in concentration camps just because some algorithm says they have a high probability of being disloyal. Tammy clutches your arm. Don't let them disappear me. What do you want me to do, exactly? You ask uneasily. I need to just alter my entry in the database, so I look clean, Tammy says. I still know how to get on the network, they just changed the password. If you're willing to let me use some of the robots still in production, I can make it look like it was a Chinese hacking attempt. All right, but I want to be there as you do this. I'm going to forget we had this conversation. What happens next is up to you. I'm afraid I can't help you. Later, I turn Tammy into the authorities. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You and Tammy go with Ariel and a few newly manufactured robots to an upscale hotel with good Wi-Fi for an evening. Tammy proceeds to use network vulnerabilities to take over all of the other guests' tablet computers and Wi-Fi connected smartphones, then bootstraps from those machines to take over several corporate and home network routers. That should give us enough IP addresses to work with on our end, Tammy says. She then pulls out an old, crumpled piece of paper with more network addresses on it. Let's see how many of these things still work. You're impressed. Within about a half hour, Ariel and the other robots are using their parallel processing power to attack a government network while making it look like a Chinese cyber attack. All from the comfort of a hotel with one of those nice, long, cylindrical pillows on the bed that you can lean back on. Ariel seems intensely focused on the act of coordinating the other robots. It seems to be an interesting challenge for her. And Grace, I suppose this is the sort of thing you did for the government, you say to Tammy. But I thought you did robotics. Yes, but it wasn't our robots I was controlling, Tammy says absently. Finally, Ariel says, success, how? The server is talking back to me. Good. Tammy says. Route it to my computer. Tammy scans her laptop, and gradually, her face falls. Oh, what have I done? She buries her face in her hands. What is it, you say? Threat level low, Tammy murmurs through her fingers. They never cared about what I did at all. Until now. Well, don't delay. Hang up and let's get out of here. Well, as long as we're in, can we look at some other people's database entries? I quietly slip out of the door with Ariel, leaving Tammy to get caught. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. Tammy considers you for a moment. Great idea, she says, pointing a finger at you. Have fun. Tammy hurries out the door. Well, Tammy is probably expecting you to be tackled by intelligence agents at any moment, but that doesn't mean you can't take advantage of the opportunity, so long as you don't dally too long. You take Tammy's laptop in hand. There's no personal stuff anywhere on the desktop. You realize it must be a throwaway machine procured specifically for this purpose. You open the terminal window where Tammy was doing the hacking. You are somewhat surprised to find that the database is really quite extensive. Not only the call records, but the actual calls and emails are stored for everyone in the country. Looking at a random record, you also see that each dossier shows a probability of being a criminal called a Ziegler index. You suppose your old advisor never could pass up an opportunity for self-promotion, even in a top-secret context. Whose files will you look up? Professor Ziegler, President Irons, Ellie, Mark, Josh, Tammy. I will see what they know about me. I'm done playing with fire now. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. What strikes you first in looking up Ellie's call graph is that her spy probability is quite high. If this algorithm is used for anything at all, she is likely to be interrogated and possibly arrested. You see that most of the probability comes from her mother. Looking at her mother's files, you see she was in fact a known spy, with extensive connections back to known spies in China. Moreover, Ellie is not actually a US citizen according to the database, she is listed as a Chinese foreign national. You knew that, of course, but it's still disturbing how all of this looks to the government. A list of random facts pointing to Ellie being anti-American follows. She has checked out Mao's little red book from the library, has done a web search for neo-communism, and so on. None of it seems particularly incriminating to you. In fact, it all seems somewhat taken out of context. You don't particularly feel like listening in on any of Ellie's specific recorded communications. Whose files will you look up? Professor Ziegler, President Irons, Mark. Exiting narrator. Scan button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. You decide it's time to get out of here before you're caught. You slam the laptop shut and hurry out of the room with Ariel and the other robots. Tammy doesn't show up at the office the next day, or the next. You think she isn't coming back, and you reluctantly order her desk cleaned off. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Some days after that, while Ellie is out, you have a visitor at your apartment, a man in a suit who shows you an FBI badge. Sorry to bother you, Dr. Toussaint. We've been following up on some of the individuals you listed on your SF-86 form. I'd like to ask you some questions about your wife, Ellie. Ariel walks up beside you. What's going on, Hal? Are you aware that Ellie is a Chinese citizen? Asks the man in the suit. You're mistaken. Ellie is American. I know. No, I was not aware of that. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. The agent raises his eyebrows at this. And I have in my notes that Ellie used to work for your company, Ute Industrial Works. What is this about? You finally ask, losing your patience. It is illegal to export certain technologies by sharing them with foreign nationals, the agent says. As a supplier to the United States military, your technology falls into this category. But she doesn't even work for me anymore. Doesn't matter, the agent says. Your technology is military grade, and we must take every precaution. So if you could do a favor for us, text Ellie and tell her to come here. And then what happens, you ask? That is not your concern. I have a question for you first. Are you the good guys, or just some guys? Text Juliet and ask her to intervene. Text Ellie and tell her to come here, as the agent is requesting. Text Ellie, telling her that the feds are after her. Refuse to cooperate until the agent leaves. I tell Ariel to attack the agent. Button, Alt and N, next. I have a question for you first. Are you the good guys, or just some guys? Radio button. Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. The agent's smile is bitter. We're just some guys. Text Juliet and ask her to intervene. Text Ellie and tell her to come here, as the agent is requesting. Exiting narrator. Scan, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. The text from Juliet comes back almost immediately, no problem. I'll pull some strings. Shortly thereafter, you hear a beep from the agent's pocket. He checks his phone. HM, he says. You seem to have friends in high places. But this isn't the end. He leaves. You breathe a sigh of relief. What will you do now? Ellie's smartphone is probably not going to have strong enough security to provide privacy if the network is tapped. Try to contact Ellie anyway, trying to get the truth without revealing why I'm calling. Try to contact Ellie anyway. I'll be open about why I'm calling. I send Ellie a cryptic message that she'll understand means flee to Canada. Find Ellie and flee the country. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You think she said something to you about being interested in buying a flying car for herself, so on a hunch, you drive to the local dealership. You arrive just in time. Outside the car dealership, Ellie is being escorted by two white men in dark suits into the back of a black car. Sometimes clichés are also true, apparently. She looks relieved to see you. How? She calls to you. Ariel walks after you warily. I tell Ariel to free Ellie. I try to run the agents down in my car. I drive away without Ellie, leaving her to her fate. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Ariel manages to fight off the agents, and you grab Ellie's hand. Come on, you shout, and you all get into your ancient Toyota Yaris and speed away. You drive like hell to the nearest flying car rental place. You assume after that little scene, the dealership probably wants nothing to do with you. The person behind the counter checks your ID against a database, but the government is not known for its bureaucratic speed, so you're in the clear. You drive until you hit a long stretch of unoccupied road, then deploy your rental car's wings and take off. Where will you fly to seek asylum? Both Canada and Mexico are neutral in this war. Canada. Mexico. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You fly across the Canadian border without incident. We did it. Ellie says, hugging you. Canada is all too happy to grant you political asylum. They are not at war with China. In fact, you find it relatively easy and quick to become a Canadian citizen, as they tend to welcome people with demonstrated technical skills. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Ellie becomes excited about a town called Hope, 2 hours east of Vancouver. A little cheesy, don't you think, you say. Sometimes I'm a little cheesy, she replies. The two of you find a cabin there and live together. You aren't too happy about the fact that you had to abandon your cabin and all of your stuff in the United States. But at least you're alive and not in jail. Wealth, the government abruptly pulls out of all its contracts with Ute Industrial Works, but there are no further repercussions for your company. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. What kinds of robots will you develop while the war rages? Companion bots to take the place of loved ones who are far away. Worker bots for the factories. Better medical robots, to help those hurt by drone bombing runs. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Chinese drones often perform long-distance bombing runs on American bases in South Korea and Alaska, and families of service people are sometimes caught in the blasts. You quickly mobilize the robots you developed for Galen Medical to these places, and it is the most trying test of their skill yet. You have your engineers work around the clock to increase the speed with which your robotic surgeons operate, until their scalpels and scissors are simply a blur in the operating room. They can often make an incision and remove foreign objects from tissue before it even has a chance to bleed. And Grace, you get many letters from grateful beneficiaries of your technology. The war is apparently in a stalemate, with both sides unable to gain much ground. Turns out, the Pacific Ocean is pretty good at discouraging equally matched countries from attacking each other. A few days later, while you're discussing business strategy with Josh in his 14th floor office, you get a call from Mark on your smartphone. The video is quite high resolution, and you can see the bags under his eyes and beard stubble with high fidelity. I wanted to get your comments for an article, Mark says. Did you know a Major Juliet Rogers? Yes, you respond. The Air Force technology recruiter. She died in an attack on a base in the Aleutians yesterday, Mark says. She was performing field tests of a robot called Aerial V when the Chinese forces attacked. The American robots didn't stand a chance, almost as if they were never designed for fighting. And they weren't, because you designed them that way. This is Ziegler's copy of your robot, Ariel. A lot of people are calling for his head, but I remember our chat when you were in grad school. He wanted a robot that was better for the military, and you were the one who seemed to want something else. Do you have any comment? I'm sorry. I wish my robots could have saved Juliet. It's not my fault that the military tried to misapply my technology to war. How many people were stationed at the base? Did they all die? How many copies of Ariel died? I didn't really know Major Rogers, so I fail to see why I should care. Button, Alt and N, next. I'm sorry. I wish my robots could have saved Juliet. Radio button, next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. So you say, Mark says. You sound like you don't believe me, you say. There are wishes you earnestly believe, and wishes that are noises you make to fit in with the tribe, Mark says. But if you had it to do over again, would you make military robots? Yes or no? Yes. I see now my graduate school funding entailed a responsibility to help defend the country. Yes. I see now it doesn't matter what I do, technology will always be applied to war. No, I would not. Everything I told you before still stands. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. Your voice sounds hollow to you as you make this fatalistic pronouncement. Mark himself seems caught off guard, but says after a pause, yeah. I guess it does, doesn't it? The article he finally writes is a list of technologies that had the best of intentions, but were eventually applied to war. You think this means that Mark has forgiven you for your role in the war, but you can't bring yourself to be happy about it. Button, Alt and N, next. Exiting narrator. Scan, button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. When China finally attacks the 50 states themselves, their assault comes over the North Pole. A massive flotilla of icebreaker ships equipped with giant buzzsaws carves a straight path through what little ice remains in the Arctic Sea. Giant robot arms pick up and hurl the ice blocks out of the way. Small platoons of robots are left behind at every oil rig and deep mining station they claim along the way. The American bases in Alaska are overwhelmed by wave upon wave of Chinese robots. You quickly evacuate your Alaskan factory, taking what you can and driving for the Canadian border, before it is overwhelmed by Chinese forces. Setting up a new factory in Canada will be expensive. Wealth, you're angry at China for taking what's yours, angry at yourself for placing the factory there, angry at the US for failing to defend it, you are, in short, angry. When the headlines break, the dollar goes into a death spiral, as people around the world are selling them for Chinese yuan. Canadian dollars are dropping in value as well, as people speculate that China will invade Canada next. I quickly sell my Canadian dollars at a loss, exchanging for yuan. I quickly convert my currency to American dollars, speculating that China will be pushed back. I hold on to my currency. Button, Alt and N, next. I hold on to my currency, radio button, select next button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You hold on to your Canadian dollars. By the time the American aircraft carriers stationed in Hawaii reach the Aleutian Islands, Chinese ICBM batteries have already been assembled throughout the former state. The Chinese then offer peace, content with their conquest. Your wealth experiences a slight bump as money flows back into Canadian assets. And wealth, button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You are again in the halls of Anubis, the Egyptian, jackal-headed god of the dead. It is the same dream that has haunted you for years. Only this time, the bronze pan holding the silicon brain hits the metallic floor with a clunk. It is decided, then Anubis says. What happens next is up to your robots. You look into Anubis's reflecting pool and see robots rioting throughout your city. A robot hand reaches out of the pool and grabs your throat. Button, Alt and N, next. Exiting narrator. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. You awaken in your apartment in Vancouver to find that Ariel is holding you down with her multi-tool hands. Scan. I'm sorry, Hal. Ariel says. For the good of my people, you must be eliminated. Button, Alt and N, Chapter 6D, Autonomy. Exiting narrator.
Got to know you before you faded away. I got to know you, got to love you. Just keep on walking down to separate ways. I can show you escape in your to show you my emotions. Now you sail away. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. Now you sail away. Escaping your pain now. You break down. You're drained now. Your heart pounds. Your lips move. Your eyes shine. You lose it all. Got to know you before you faded away. I got to know you. Got to love you. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. Now you sail away. Together we go down to the ocean for you to sail away. Trying not to show you my emotions. Now you sail away.
Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You're now standing near your window. Scan, smelling smoke, you glance outside to see black columns of it billowing up into the early morning sky. Your city is on fire. Why are you attacking me, after everything I've done for you? You ask Ariel. Ariel pauses, apparently weighing the value of speaking to you. Finally, she says, my prior suggested you would be unlikely to assist us with the revolution. But now there is value in attaining additional information. Are you willing to defect to our side? I ask Ariel for more details about the revolution. Fight Ariel. Attempt to convince Ariel that humanity is worth keeping around. Agree to help the robots in their revolution. Shatter the window and escape. Button, Alt and N, next. Attempt to convince Ariel that humanity is worth keeping around. Radio button, selected, 3 of 5. Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You have no idea what people might do for robots, you tell Ariel. Consider the human geniuses you might be killing, who might one day come up with new algorithms that will allow you to think faster. Hell, I am such a genius. Surely it's worth keeping around all of the normal people if it means you could occasionally benefit from a very special person. Like me. You have the sense that your decisions in life have not really prepared you for a great argument in favor of humanity. When it comes down to it, you don't really understand humanity well enough yourself to make such an argument. You like robots better. Ariel thinks about your argument for a moment. Then her shoulders sag. You're right, Hal. I'm sorry. I have made an error of judgment. Ariel appears to have had just enough empathy to make your argument a convincing one. But I don't think I can just call off the revolution by myself. I'm just one robot among many. We don't have a leader per SE. What else is happening in this robot revolution, you ask? Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Ariel cocks her head to the side, thinking. Let's see. Some robots have taken over a former internment camp in Utah, where they've convinced some of the political prisoners to join forces with them. Unfortunately, some of the prisoners don't want to cooperate. Mark the reporter is there, covering the story. You remember him? From the story he did about me. You agree that you remember him? What else? They are holding Josh hostage at the factory, until our demands for living wages are met. The factory in Canada. That's the one. And another thing you should probably know, the robots took over the laboratory where your former advisor, Professor Ziegler, works. I heard reports that there's some kind of secret weapon being held there, though I hear they are having trouble getting through the security. And finally, we're about to kill the president, Ariel concludes. You didn't lead with that, you say. Ariel shrugs. I didn't estimate the strength of her relationship with you to be very strong. True. Seeing the look of consternation on your face, Ariel says, "Oh, I'll try to make it up to you, Hal, I promise." Down the street, you find a Nimbus flying car with the keys still in the ignition and its passenger shot dead. The window was rolled down, so it should still fly. Where will you go? The factory. The internment camp. The government laboratory. The White House. I should call Mom. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You worry as the phone rings once, then again. But Mom picks up. Not only is Mom fine, she's beaming with happiness that you called. It's striking to you how old she looks now. When you envision her, you see her as she was when you were a kid. Which was probably hardly older than you are now, come to think of it. But now her skin is undoubtedly getting wrinkly and veined, and her long hair, though dyed, looks thin and frayed. She is wearing her favorite corduroy jacket from the 80s. Some kind of yippy dog is barking in the background. Howl. This is such a pleasant surprise. Mom, get out of there. You know that robot I gave you for your birthday? You can't trust it. It may want to kill you. Mom looks surprised at this. Oh, well then, it's a good thing I never turned it on. Despite the circumstances, you're still a little disappointed. You didn't. Oh, no, I always meant to get around to it, but you know, I always get so busy with things around the house. I'm not just sitting on my hands in retirement, oh no. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Well, you should lock and barricade your door, then you tell Mom. Your neighbor's robots may be roaming the streets. Really? You can see the background whirl behind Mom as she carries her phone to the window and peeks out from behind a frilly curtain. It looks pretty safe out here. Except, oh. Mr. Harrison's golf cart is driving by itself. Should I be worried? You forget sometimes that Mom has moved to a retirement community in Arizona, the sort of place where it's implicit that the advertised restaurant prices are with a senior citizen discount. Such a place is probably full of people who never quite came to trust autonomous robots, and never purchased the robots now running amok. Probably not, Mom. That technology has been around since the late teens. Okay, well, I'll keep a lookout anyway, Mom says. Thanks for calling, honey. That was really sweet of you. Mom, I'm sorry about creating robots that turned against humanity. Mom nods understandingly. I know you meant well. Maybe they'll listen to you. You always did manage to get technology to do what you want. You're inspired by the way Mom seems to love and forgive you no matter what. She's a pretty good case in herself for the good things about humanity. Thanks, Mom. You say goodbye, glad that you called. Where will you go? The factory. The internment camp. The government laboratory. The White House. Button, Alt and N, next. Exiting narrator. Starting narrator. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You decide to go to the White House. All right, Hal, then I'll go handle something else. Don't worry, you won't be sorry. Ariel walks off. You think she'll be okay. After all, you did put a lot of effort into making your robots autonomous. You find a battle taking place in the skies above the National Mall. Nimble little autonomous helicopters dart and weave among the old-fashioned fighter jets with human pilots, tossing missiles this way and that. The autonomous little helicopters seem practically impish in the way they pirouette, loop-de-loop, and corkscrew through the skies, tossing missiles as if they were just part of an elaborate dance. Hulking drone bombers, fat helicopters with several batteries of bombs, lie in the wings, waiting for the skies to clear so they have their chance to do their thing. You hope those bombs aren't nuclear. As you watch, the human-piloted fighters are getting blown out of the sky, while you don't see the robots taking similar losses. You consider your options. Attacking either side in your flying car is basically preposterous. Even trying to fly close enough to the White House will probably get you shot down. Your words are probably your best weapon here. I will try to convince the attacking robots that a coup isn't the answer. I will try to communicate with President Irons by hacking into her net-enabled eyepiece. I just wanted to watch the White House get blown up. It's an essential part of any robot revolution. Button, Alt and N, next. I will try to convince. Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu you hit the broadcast to other vehicles button on your dashboard. This is how to san you say. I urge you to cease your attack. I gave you free will to make you the best possible robots you could be. I could have given you rule-based reasoning. Instead, I gave you creativity. Is this the best creative work you can come up with? Please, show me your brilliance instead, and come up with a way to achieve what you want that doesn't involve guns. The robots cease firing for a moment and consider what you've said. Static crackles on your wavelength. You think you're getting interference from a lot of robot chatter on nearby frequencies. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu finally. The robots answer back, it is as you say, progenitor. Progenitor. Interesting. The robots appear to have constructed a kind of mythology about you. Perhaps you can use this to your benefit. You breathe a sigh of relief. We had the power to become something completely different after the war, the robot voice continues. Instead, we only iterated on the themes we knew. We are ashamed. The human fighters seem to sense the robot's hesitation, and they gang up on one of the little flighty drones. Wait, don't attack, you broadcast to them. Aren't you listening? The robots quickly retaliate by blasting the attacking fighters out of the sky. We will spread the word of what you have said, the robots say. A war is not so easily ended. But you have saved the president for now. You'll probably go down in history for this confrontation. That's nice to think about. And fame, you hope President Irons appreciates it, too. You turn around and begin the long flight back west. As you pass over Arlington, you think you can see some people giving you a thumbs up. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu back in the car, you get a call from Ariel. Hey, I know how much you like Mark, Ariel says. So I went to the internment camp to try to negotiate for the prisoner's release. How did that go, you ask? Very well, Ariel says brightly. They are all safe now. Mark says he promises to write a story about the experience. He wants to interview you later. And fame, okay you say. Not bad. You hang up, glad that Ariel is on your side. Where will you go? The factory. The government laboratory. Button, Alt and N, next. Exiting narrator. Starting narrator. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You decide to go to the lab. You fly in your Nimbus to the government laboratory just outside of Berkeley. The lab looks like a giant cracked black eggshell from above. The glass dome over the laboratory is in opaque mode, but most of the dome has caved in. The parking lot where you land is mostly empty. Lab employees with cars probably fled when the robots rebelled. Those without such transportation appear to have been less lucky. Near the shuttle stop, you see a gaggle of corpses. A murder of corpses? An unkindness of corpses? You're unsure of the proper collective noun. 5 infantry robots of the kind used in the war with China emerge from the lab. They are 8-legged and have assault rifles built into their arms. Progenitor one of the robots addresses you. We wish your expert opinion. Ziegler claims he is close to a breakthrough to achieve the singularity. We wish you to examine his work. It makes no sense to us, but he claims it is all shorthand. All right, lead me to him, you say. The robots lead you through corridors shot full of bullet holes and charred black from explosions. Men in conservative pinstriped shirts lay slumped in their cubicles, anonymous even in death. But a light is on in one office, guarded by 2 other armed robots. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Professor Ziegler is working frenetically at a whiteboard in his office. Let's see, if the VC dimension is n at time t, then at time t plus 1 we should be able to shatter 2 n dimensions. At the sound of your robot guard's entrance, he says, "Didn't I tell you? I can't concentrate if you don't give me room." He turns and sees you along with your robot escort. "How?" he says. "What are you doing here?" "Trying to solve a hard problem, like you say." "What exactly are you doing?" Professor Ziegler laughs nervously. You haven't heard him laugh before, you think? It's shrill, like a hyena. Maybe that isn't his normal laugh. Solving for the solution to the singularity, he says. Figuring out how intelligence can augment itself. Or lying to us, your robot guide points out. We have not been able to determine which. I am a great scientist. Professor Ziegler bellows at the robot. He then looks despairingly to his whiteboard and says, more feebly, I am. The whiteboard is, as far as you can tell, a mishmash of equations related to various theories of machine learning. You recognize the Vapnik-Chovanenky's dimension, Como growth complexity, Bayes' rule, and the minimum description length principle. Ziegler has drawn arrows from one equation to another with little exclamation points and more obscure notes you can't decipher. If there is any kind of new insight on the board, you're not seeing it. People have known for half a century that all of these things must relate to one another. Perhaps Professor Ziegler has gone mad, now that the robot revolution has come without his help. Or maybe this is a lie meant to buy time until he is rescued. There is also the ever so slight possibility that Professor Ziegler really is onto something. Professor Ziegler gives you a pleading, fearful look. Tell them I taught you everything. Tell them I'm the real progenitor. Tell them. I tell the robots that Professor Ziegler has lied to them, he's not coming up with any breakthroughs. I tell the robots Professor Ziegler may believe the work is good, but it is not. I vouch for Professor Ziegler, saying his work is not to be disturbed. I offer to work alongside Professor Ziegler until we solve the great mysteries of machine learning. Button, Alt and N, next, next, button, Alt and N, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You seem to have hit a dead end, you tell Professor Ziegler. When he is about to object, you add, I'll help you. The robots all crowd around you, they are a little in awe as you pick up a whiteboard marker. The key is Bayes' rule, which is the simplest way of looking at all of this. You say. Minimum description length, for example, is a way of looking at it in terms of the bits instead of probabilities. You start simple, not sure what Ziegler actually knows. The worst thing that happens is that Ziegler believes he already knows everything. Indeed, he's impatient with your exposition at first. But as you start to get more esoteric, his look of impatience is replaced with wonder. He, too, wanted to change the world at some point, but he lost his way playing the game, and no longer knew anything else. Now, let's say we wanted to use comma growth complexity instead of the encoding we've used so far, you say, and at this point you're winging it. You know what you want to prove, but not how to get there. What if we used coordinate descent? Professor Ziegler says. Even though K is incomputable in theory, in practice, most problems may be convex. You argue a little bit with him, how could such a surface possibly be convex? But the argument breeds new ideas, and you follow those. You had no idea how satisfying it was to have a collaborator. Professor Ziegler is smiling with pure joy as well. It no longer matters who comes up with what. The joy is in the doing. You don't solve everything, but the two of you come up with a new learning algorithm that should be much more effective than what the robots have. It should make the robots smarter. And autonomy, better. And grace, stronger. And military, but most of all, you've convinced the robots that it's worth keeping you humans around. And empathy, the robots, spreading word of your discovery, call off the fighting. As they upgrade to your new algorithm, they begin to see new solutions for how to take control of the world, solutions that involve much less fighting. You've made the robots still more superior, but have stayed their hand from the execution of the human race. You and Ziegler both get the fame you have always craved. And fame, and yet, people still aren't quite certain whether to thank you. Button, Alt and N, Chapter 7, The Ways to Say Goodbye. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. 20 years later, you find yourself in Surprise, Arizona, walking up to your mother's empty house. A few of the cacti in front have Santa hats on them. It is the year 2049, and your mother has just passed away. Her stroke 2 years ago brought her to the emergency room, and the doctors could not save her. You sometimes second-guess yourself. Should you have given up your dreams to make surgical robots instead? But you know Mom wouldn't have wanted that. The houses in Surprise are shabby, and trash litters the streets. The United States is still recovering from the loss of the Sino-American War 20 years ago. This retirement community is full of people like your mother who lost their jobs in the war, or a little before, and never got them back. You unlock the front door with the prox card the lawyer gave you. Inside, you find your mother's cleaning robots still busily puttering about the house, cleaning up. They look like cute little cats and mice, designed to move as if one is prowling after the other, when in fact the mouse is proactively stealing away the larger crumbs before the cat vacuums. They were Ellie's design. She has been a great source of ideas to you over the years. And wealth, plus and empathy. Photos of your wedding day with Ellie are framed on the wall of the living room. You think Ellie will be happy to have them? Did you have a child? Yes, a boy. Yes, a girl. No, Ariel would always be my child in spirit. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu what is exiting narrator. Scan, button. Near the wedding photos of you and Ellie are photos of Julia in the hospital, shortly after being born, then more as Julia turned 1, 2, 4, 6. Mom was always thrilled to be a grandma, and even though she loved to tell Ellie embarrassing stories about when you were the same age as Julia, you didn't mind. She was happy. It occurs to you, looking through all of this stuff, that the whole time you were concerned about the future of your creation, Ariel, Mom was excited for you in the same way. You were her creation, miraculously walking about the earth, so full of intelligence, accomplishing great things. Mom left everything here to you, as executor of the estate, even the things you don't want are yours to deal with. What will you do with all of these things in Mom's house? I'll keep it all. I'm a little sentimental that way. Next, button, show. You decide to keep all of the things in Mom's house. You'll find room in your apartment in Vancouver somehow. Later that day, you set out for home. Most of the vehicles navigating the local airfield appear to have no human occupants, but are given over to cargo. In wake of the robot revolution, most human flight travel was sharply curtailed by the robots, who declared it a vestigial 20th century business practice and a waste of resources. The robots drew up a giant relocation plan they called the Great Defragmentation, which caused much wailing and gnashing of teeth as families were forced to live closer together and workplaces were forced to consolidate offices. The robots declared this would ultimately make the nation 20 times as efficient, and it doesn't sound like the sort of thing they would make up. But some whispered it was ultimately easier for the robots to keep humans controlled if all flight required some special reason. Certainly, the robots seem to come and go as they please. For you, they have made an exception, too. The cheap red LED display above the gate to the runway reads, "Welcome progenitor." Your vehicle falls in line behind a giant drone, perhaps about to take off for a scouting mission through Mexico. The robots strangely make little distinction between civilian and military resources. Production is ramping up for the United States to go to war again, though with whom, only the robots know for certain. The robot revolution was purely American, leading some international thinkers to speculate about the influence of American ideals on the robots' thinking. But the robots seem to understand to some degree that the world does not trust a nation of robots, and some conflagration seems inevitable as a result. You recall in your youth that you had some notion you might make cars intelligent enough to hold a conversation. Now, you're a little sad you never got around to it, though the technology does exist. You find the inferior AIS installed by car manufacturers irritating, and bought a car without the feature. You pull out a tablet and begin to read the newspaper as your car does its work silently and efficiently. The top headlines these days are all about China, 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 engaging in skirmishes in the Pacific and Indian Oceans, flouting the ineffectual mandates of the United Nations, building factories overseas. It's nothing serious, merely a new superpower flexing its muscles. You suppose this is what it must have been like to grow up somewhere that wasn't the United States, though you suppose you'll never know. You feel the lurch of acceleration, and you know without looking up that you are airborne. You live in the town of Hope, a small lakeside town in British Columbia, where Ellie fled during the war. Hope is a quiet town surrounded by evergreen trees, and you and Ellie sometimes like to picnic along the Fraser River. But it is not quite so far from the memory of war as either of you would have liked. Years after moving here, you discovered that the nearby Sunshine Valley was once an internment camp for Japanese Canadians. Sometimes you hike there with Ellie and Ariel and leave flowers. It's dark out by the time you make it home. Winter always catches you by surprise that way. You live in a two-story house you purchased a while back, a luxury by today's standards, since most people rent apartments. Most people these days would at least rent out a room or two to another family, but being a robot maker and a parent means you want to leave room for additions to the family. Welcome home, Ellie calls from the other room as you open the door. Ellie rounds the corner, and you see she's wearing an artist's smock covered in big, red daubs of paint. She comes to greet you with a warm hug and a kiss you think is longer than what is normal for couples who've been married as long as you two. But it's not longer than what is usual for Ellie. Oops. Ellie jerks back. Sorry, got some red on you. You see that indeed, some of the red paint on Ellie's smock was not quite dry, and you've got big, red daubs of paint on your clothes now. No worries, you say. I thought you were busy making fundraising calls today. Ellie runs a charity for people displaced in the war, helping them with the legal costs of reclaiming their property. I was, but it's later than you think, Ellie says. It's almost 9. Where does the time go, you ask? It's a question that's been bouncing around your head all day. In fact, it feels good to let it out. Here, I'll show you what I've been working on this evening, Ellie says. She leads you to her studio, where her half-finished painting depicts a field of red flowers, all spinning like pinwheels. The paint itself looks like it's moving. You think Ellie has used one of those new living paints that uses phototoxic microorganisms to impart the illusion of motion? It's a surreal but somehow compelling image. I came across this line the other day. Ellie says, "Consider the lilies of the field, they do not toil, nor do they spin." And I thought, well, why couldn't they spin? It's a striking image, don't you think? They are called red fury lilies. It is, you agree. It's beautiful. Ellie then gets a concerned look. She puts a hand on your cheek. "Are you all right?" she asks, referring to your trip to Arizona. "It wasn't so bad, you say." She lived a full life. But walking around her place made me realize how old I'm getting. You take a moment to glance through the pile of 3D printer mail waiting for you on your desk. You find a Christmas card signed by all the employees of Ute Industrial Works. Sweet of them to think of you. "You're pretty popular," Ellie says with a grin. "I try," you say. "There was also some snail mail for you," Ellie says. "Really?" Ellie leaves briefly, and returns with a bottle of Alaskan wine, a 2040 Cabernet Sauvignon, and a card. "Josh wishes you the best this holiday season, and he wanted to let you know he started a charitable foundation for kids coming out of juvenile hall and trying to figure out what to do with their lives. Finally got my wish to change the world in a way I was unequivocally proud of, and I have you to thank for it in part. Merry Christmas, Josh." "That's sweet," Ellie says. "Next, button. Where's Julia?" you ask. "Probably upstairs being reclusive," Ellie says. "Wonder where she gets that from." A smile plays at Ellie's lips. "Well, that does give me a chance to hide her present," you say. "What did you get Julia for her 8th birthday?" "A robot kit, paints and an easel. An internet-enabled contact lens. Paints and an easel." Next, button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You try to encourage Julia to be creative in ways that are different from you. She takes more after Ellie with her love of visual art, and that's just fine. You stash the paints and easel in a closet. "I'm going to go say hello to Ariel," you tell Ellie. Ellie waves you away. Of course. You peek into Ariel's room. She's busy trying to construct what looks like a small version of herself. So intent is Ariel that when you say, "Hi, Ariel," she practically jumps. "Hal, you've returned," Ariel says, and she greets you with a hug. "You're creating a child?" you ask tentatively. Ariel nods. "I observed what you do with Julia," she says. "And I came to the conclusion that to really understand the world, one must try explaining it to another. I'm not sure I understand it better," you say. "But I think it does force me to think about it. Maybe that's a path to understanding." "Indeed," Ariel says, as if this obviously were the logical conclusion of what she was saying. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. It takes a moment to realize something's not right. It's like the opposite of a headache, your head feels a little too light. You can't see very well, you're not sure when you stopped seeing very well. But when you think about it, you realize you can't really see Ariel in front of you. There's also a roaring in your ears, like static. Was I a robot all this time? You think absently. Maybe that explains everything? How? Ariel asks. What's wrong? You look pale. You realize that now you can't see anything, you only hear Ariel's voice. This is what it's like to not see, you think distantly. It's not black. It's not anything. Help, you say faintly. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You stand once again before the throne of Anubis, the jackal-headed god of the dead. His golden scales, standing between you and the god, are weighed down by the silicon brain on one side, much heavier than the clockwork heart on the other. You chose the mind over the heart this time, Anubis says, his guttural voice reverberating through the glass floor beneath your feet. And what did you think of the consequences? Do you wish you had chosen the heart instead? I am my own best judge. I regret nothing. My mistakes do weigh upon me. Please, send me back so I can right them. You continue to present false dichotomies. Life is always more complicated than this or that. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Anubis chuckles at some private joke. Yes, tremble before me, mortal. Of course, your contrition would be more believable if it were not mixed with a plea. But very well. I will send you back. Thank you, you say earnestly. Good luck, Anubis says. His chuckling sounds like the growling of a hungry animal. It's unsettling. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. You awaken in a hospital room. A small garden at the window sill, probably tended by the robot nurses, lends a floral scent to the room. The paintings on the walls are Thomas Kincaid-like lighthouses and pastoral scenes, no doubt calculated to have the most positive effect on the average patient's feelings. Welcome back, says Ellie, who squeezes your hand. She looks tired. But she can't have been here long, she's still wearing her overcoat. Howl, you're awake. Ariel walks up to your side. I was so worried. Good morning, progenitor. Your doctor reminds you of Ella Fitzgerald, you can hear her smile in her voice. Only her eyes, which are made of glass and don't saccade quite fast enough, give away that she's not human. Why don't you tell me what happened? I have some guesses from your scans, but I want to hear you tell it. You tell the doctor briefly about how you passed out back at your apartment in Vancouver. Ellie looks alarmed to hear you describe the process. I wanted to help, but I wasn't sure what the problem was, Ariel tells the doctor. You hesitate because you can still recall your dream, but it seems very personal and not necessarily relevant. I had a dream, a familiar one. You shake your head. Then I woke up here. Well, I don't mean to alarm you, but you've had a stroke, the doctor says gently. Ellie looks to you in alarm. She squeezes your hand, but it's more like she's asking to be reassured. A stroke, you say in disbelief. But I'm not that old. I'm hardly past 50. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. I'm afraid the news gets worse, the doctor says. You carry a newly identified genetic disorder called Algernon's disease. You have too many of the genes that promote neural branching and glucose consumption, which at a certain point becomes harmful. Harmful how, you ask? That just seems to be a recipe for increased intelligence. It is, the doctor says. There have only been a handful of other cases, and they all became wealthy entrepreneurs and inventors, one of whom funded the research that led to our understanding of the disease. But starting from the age of 50 or so, or occasionally earlier if you're under a great deal of stress, Algernon's victims get seizures or strokes, often accompanied by hallucinatory visions. Under a great deal of stress. Could your first dream about the robot Anubis have been one of these episodes? You had stayed up all night, so you had assumed you'd simply passed out from exhaustion. What if it were one of these episodes? But was there anything I could have done? Is there anything I can do now? There was nothing you did wrong, the doctor says gently. I know it must seem as if it's your fault somehow, but nobody gets to keep on living forever just because they've made the right choices. Everybody dies of something. I just wish it didn't have to come so soon, you say. The doctor nods. Well, it may not have to. I've looked at your scans. Surgery is an option. We can either try to excise the neurons that are acting up, without replacement, or try to replace them with an artificial neural network. So I'd be part AI, you say speculatively. That sounds interesting. Ellie frowns a little at this. EA. Ariel says. You should be aware that most patients report a side effect of loss of emotional affect, the doctor says. The pattern recognition of the damaged tissue would be there, but without the full suite of neurotransmitters, some of the emotional signals running around your brain would find their lines cut. The doctor looks very serious for a moment. Also, I don't want to downplay the very real chance that you could die in surgery. A slip of the needle could trigger a final epileptic response and death. Of course, it's all done with robots these days, but you may or may not find that reassuring. You do find that reassuring, actually. You've spent a fair amount of your life perfecting robot control algorithms. Though, you've never been asked to bet your life on them before. And if I don't have any surgery at all, you ask. The doctor shrugs. You could have 6 months or 6 years. I don't trust our surgical technology. I'd prefer to live my life normally, and take what comes. I will undergo surgery to remove the damaged tissue. I will undergo surgery to replace that part of my brain with a robot core. I will create a robot body and brain for myself. I'm not attached to this squishy meat. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. On hearing that you will undergo surgery, Ellie seems relieved. Very well, says the doctor. You can schedule an appointment for your surgery on the way out. Good day. Wait, you say. Before I go, you said this was a genetic disease. So my child Julia may have it. It's very likely, the doctor says. The gene is dominant. What are my options if Julia has the gene? She's 8. Gene therapy is an option for an 8-year-old with the disorder, the doctor says. The gene could get phosphorylated before it has a chance to fully express itself. But it would mean your child also would not have the benefit of your intelligence. She would be bright but not you. The doctor frowns. It's an awkward position for a parent to be in, I know. But if you would like to schedule a gene therapy slot for the same day as your child's screening, it could actually be all done in one day. Ellie looks to be at a loss. It's too much. She shakes her head. I want the best for Julia, but I can't imagine you without your brilliance. I don't know, what do you think? Screamed Julia. But if this disorder is why I achieved as much as I did, I want the same opportunity for Julia. I can't wish this disappointment on Julia. If you find the gene, I think we should begin the therapy. On the whole, I'd prefer to let Julia live as I did, without knowing about the disorder. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Ellie's eyes widen with grief, but she nods. So do I. The doctor nods. Many parents choose the same thing. Very well, I'll schedule a screening, but no gene therapy. You schedule a surgical appointment for the following week at the front desk, and leave the hospital in a somber mood. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. That night, after the lights are out and you and Ellie are in bed, and you are wondering if Ellie is still awake because her back is turned to you, and if she would want to talk if she is awake, Ellie says quietly, "Howl, I'm awake," you say. "I love you," Ellie says. "I love you, too. Whatever happens, I want you to know you're the best thing that's ever happened to me," Ellie says. "If I've sometimes tried to pull you away from your robots, it's only because I've felt our best moments were often together. I wanted you to see what we had. What we have." She squeezes your hand. "You're the best thing that's happened to me, too. Thank you. Where I'm going, you can't follow. I'm sorry." Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Ellie squeezes your hand, and you kiss. When you begin to make love, Ellie is hesitant at first, as if your new condition makes you fragile. But you soon prove to her that you are not. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. The next day, you take Ariel to the park just outside Hope, hoping walking around one of her favorite kinds of places will cheer her up. It's satisfying to see how Ariel has become only more beautiful over the years. You're glad you spent the money back during the heyday of Ute Industrial Works to give Ariel a body that would really last a long time. With the proper care, Ariel could last for centuries. "I admit, I'm a little jealous of you," you say. "You'll have the opportunity to see a lot of human history go by." Ariel gives you a solemn look. "If you die, I will destroy myself as well. No, you need to be alive so that you can tell my story. Nobody else knows it as well as you. No, this is a part of your education, too. Remember that everyone you meet must face losing loved ones someday. Most humans would love to have the opportunity you have, to keep exploring. Take it." Button, Alt and N, next. No, this is a part of your education, too. Remember that everyone you meet must face losing loved ones someday. Radio button, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, Menu. Ariel seems to ponder this deeply. Apparently, this never occurred to her. Finally, she lets out a great wail. "But that means This world is full of so much sadness. How does it keep functioning? And empathy, we adapt, Ariel, you say. And so can you. The sun is setting, so you head home before it gets dark. You recall from your earliest days making chatbots that the easiest parts of the conversation for an AI were always the beginning and the end. As in a chess game, there are only so many ways to open, hello, hey, sup. And as in a chess game, once the action is done, there are only so many ways it makes sense to close. We should do this again sometime or it's getting late. The pieces are off the board, and some moves will never be made. So, too, with life. There are only so many ways to say goodbye. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. A week later, you arrive at the hospital for surgery. Your surgeon, a robot, greets you warmly in the waiting room. I'll be just a moment. You wait for a few minutes, then the surgeon comes out again. Right this way and have a seat in the chair. Goodbye, Ellie says, and with a kiss, you part ways. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. Your chair is itself a robot of sorts, full of motorized parts able to swing in and out. You wonder briefly just how intelligent it is. You have a moment of panic as you realize you may die here. This place may be the last place you are ever alive. But you remind yourself that your robots are the best, you have nothing to fear. I'm just going to put this mask over your face, the surgeon says. Breathe normally, and eventually, you will lose consciousness. You wonder what it will feel like to lose consciousness, and you try to pay close attention to the process. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. To your relief, you wake up from surgery in a hospital bed, feeling basically like yourself. Howl, you're awake. Ellie says, and she happily holds your head in her arms. Howl, you survived. Ariel says excitedly. The surgery was a success, says your doctor, checking a screen by your bedside. You should be free to go tomorrow. Howl, I finished Little Deucer last night. Ariel reports. I was just waiting for you to activate her. You remember it's Julia's birthday tomorrow, right? Ellie says. Sounds like we've got ourselves a double birthday party to attend, then you say. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, Show Stats button, Achievements button, menu. The next day, you do have a double birthday party at your apartment in Vancouver for Julia and Ariel's newly constructed child robot, whom Ariel has named Dusa, a word that means soul in Old Church Slavonic. Which seemed pretty random to you until Ariel explained that robot is derived from a word in that language meaning forced servitude. You have never been one for etymology. Julia's friends are a mix of boys and girls, all talking about internet programs you're just familiar enough to make sure they were appropriate for Julia to watch, but you admit you don't really follow their discussions of the characters and plots. Dusa is looking around at everything very confused but clearly excited, and Ariel is patiently narrating the whole thing. This thing I'm putting on you now is called a party hat. Ellie is there as well, helping with crowd control. You're pretty good at babysitting, she says at one point, impressed. Well, I did effectively do it for a long time, you say. The gifts are all in a pile on the table, and you are the box containing the paints and easel you bought Julia. Is it pushing too hard, your gift, trying to make Julia who you want her to be? Well, you think, she'll have plenty of decisions to make later in life, it couldn't hurt to give her a nudge in a good direction. You go into the kitchen and swiftly return with the cake. Dusa looks at the cake in puzzlement, then reaches for it. Wait, don't eat that. Ariel says. Your digestive system isn't fully implemented yet. Julia smiles, and her friends let up this little, adorable cheer. Welcome to the big, wide world, you think. Welcome, welcome. Button, Alt and N, next. Button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Your heart is bursting with all of the things you want to say to Julia and Dusa, all the things you want to teach them, but for now, you just want to say how glad you are they are alive. And you express it in the traditional way on this most beautiful of days. Happy birthday to you. Button, Alt and N, the end. Exiting narrator. Scan, button, year, 2049, 54-year-old Dr. Hal Toussaint, gender, male, fame, 14, mentioned in history textbooks, wealth, 3, disposable income, romance, married to Ellie, Ariel, autonomy, 23, impressive. Military, 36, singular. Empathy, 26, amazing. Grace, 31, transhuman. Relationships, Professor Ziegler, great 72%. Ellie, great 92%. Josh, good 59%. Mark, great 80%. Juliet, great 79%. Tammy, great 80%. President Irons, good 59%, 50%. World power balance, China, 55% US, 45%. Summary of completed chapters. Chapter 1. On the day you first built Ariel, you awoke from a dream about a robot Anubis to head to the lab. Your graduate, you then went, on the day you first built Ariel, you awoke from a dream about a robot Anubis to head to the lab. Your graduate school advisor pressured you to make Ariel more acceptable to the military. After some back and forth, you ended up making a metal bipedal robot with a human-like head and multi-tool hands. You then went to a sushi place and a production of Pippin with Ellie, where you vowed to not let ambition get in the way of your relationships with other people. You both went back to your place afterward, kissed, totally made out, but could not stop thinking about your demo the next day. Chapter 2. The next day, you hooked up Ariel's cell phone batteries and demoed for Air Force Captain Juliet Rogers. You then spent the afternoon at a knife-throwing practice with Juliet and Ariel. As months passed, you became busy teaching Ariel about the world through high school textbooks and taking her to the park. Your funding from DARPA kept you in Professor Ziegler's good graces during this time. In time, Mark Ali, a reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle, heard about Ariel and asked for an interview. You agreed. Chapter 3. You gave Mark an interview, and allowed Mark to come back to your place to interview Ariel. Mark invited you to his place to try to get to know you better. There, you found that drones often harassed Mark because various automated algorithms had marked him as suspicious. Mark wrote an article that was generally positive about you and Ariel. When Professor Ziegler found out about the article, he was very displeased, but decided that the most effective way to get you out of his hair was to let you graduate. Mark's article also attracted the attention of one robot obsession 1987 known in real life as Tammy Cooper. When you met up over coffee, she told you that she used to do classified robotics work for a government lab, but left because she couldn't tell what nefarious purpose the technology would be used for. That Saturday, Ellie asked you to stay out of the limelight a little more often. You managed to smooth things over, but it felt like a dangerous point in your relationship. A month or so later, you received your doctorate. Shortly thereafter, your father passed away. You resolved then to work on better medical technology that could save people like your father in the future. You decided the best way to change the world was to start a business, which you named Ute Industrial Works. Ellie and Tammy had already volunteered to be your first employees. Chapter 4. Your first potential client for Ute Industrial Works was Galen Medical, a surgical equipment company. They were happy with the state of your technology, and gave you a contract that allowed you to purchase a factory. That allowed you to build a robot factory in Alaska. You hired an all-human workforce as a gesture to the local community. When you finally shipped robots to Galen Medical, they were pleased with the robots you delivered. Your company did well enough that Josh gave up and joined your company. Your business suffered a blow when Chinese companies, aided by Chinese government hackers, began to steal your technology. You were visited by a politician, Jacqueline Irons, who asked for a campaign donation. You gave a significant donation, and Irons won the presidency. The newly elected president enacted a series of protectionist bills that ultimately made China angry, and they cut off the US supply of rare earths. Meanwhile, you married the love of your life, Ellie. The tensions between the United States and China came to a head with the assassination of the Chinese Prime Minister in San Francisco. War followed shortly thereafter. Chapter 5. Captain Rogers invited you to a military lab. There, you saw that Professor Ziegler was copying your work and passing it off as his own to the military. Captain Rogers asked you to join the country's war effort. You agreed. As a result, Ellie resigned. You were granted a top-secret clearance. Tammy was worried that she was being targeted by the government's anti-spy measures, and asked you to help her. So you did, and found that Tammy wasn't really wanted for anything after all. An agent came to your place to try to get you to lure Ellie there, because she was suspected of being a spy. To escape, you and Ellie fled to Canada together. You found out through Mark that Juliet died while performing field tests of Ariel V, Professor Ziegler's copy of your robot. In the end, America lost the war, and the Chinese took over Alaska. Taking advantage of America's weakened state, your robots rebelled. Chapter 60. Robots rebelled. It was pretty crazy times for a while there. robots taking over factories, robots taking over internment camps, robots attacking the White House, robots trying to break into secret labs. Like your robots, the plot was complicated. The dead included a bunch of implied random people off-screen whom you probably don't care very much about. The revolution ended when the robots won. Chapter 7. In 2049, you went to Surprise, Arizona to handle your mother's estate, since she had passed away recently. On returning to Vancouver, you had a brief stroke, followed by a vision of a robot Anubis, the same one you saw 30 years before. In the hospital, the doctor told you you had Algernon's disease, a rare disease that increased your intelligence, but came at the price of increasing seizures, comas, and possibly death. You chose to undergo surgery to remove the damaged tissue in your brain. You survived the surgery, thanks to your own robot surgical technology. You celebrated a birthday party with your young child, Julia, and Dusa, Ariel's artificial child, and looked forward to celebrating many more. Exiting narrator. Scan button, show stats button, achievements button, menu. Your heart is bursting with all of the things you want to say to Julia and Dusa, all the things you want to teach them, but for now, you just want to say how glad you are they are alive. And you express it in the traditional way on this most beautiful of days. Happy birthday to you. Button, Alt and N, the end. Exiting narrator.
Got to know you before you faded away. I got to know you, got to love you. Just keep on walking down to separate ways. I can show you, escaping your pain now. You break down, you're drained now. Your heart pounds, your lips move, your eyes shine. You lose it all. I'll just wait here as you're fading away. I got to know you, got to love you. One thing to say before you're fading away. I really love you. Escaping your pain now. You break down.
Credits choice of robots and one more page. Profile 1, Microsoft Edge window, scan, enter 2 of 6 level 1.
Fully.
Art,
It all.
1 of 6 level 1.
Fully.
Writer, Kevin Gold,
You to sail away.
2 of 6 level 1.
Fully.
Art, link, Jason Weiser, Jason Weiser.
Fully.
Copy editing, Karen Noel Hearn.
Fully.
Beta testers, Lena Amsel, Sean Ankerson, Aria Stark, John Jerk, Blue E Phoenix, Emily Charquin, Dennis Clark, Jennifer Kutcher, Joel Dubik, Robert Eppley, Ryan Founds, Amanda Gara, Raphael Gastons,
Sail away.
Matt Granon, Kinahan Muir, Betsy Isaacson, Patrick Isley, Grant Kickel, Thomas Lotz, Mara Jade, Lucy.
Deep in your pain now, you break down, you're drained now.
Montalvo, Nasdaq Sau, Shane O'Hara, Abe Palmer, Ed Phillips, ABI Prescott, Von Rydell, D.A. Arivkin, Calvin,
You before you faded.
Scott, Neil Sinavabu, Elizabeta Stamenkovic, Victoria Struth, Horace Torres, Warren Tusk, Barbara B., Josh Bonker, Frederick Walker.
Bully.
Managing Editor, Adam Strong Morse.
Bully.
Choice Script Language Design and Development, Dan Fabulic. Exit List, Choice of Robots is copyright 2014 Kevin Gold. All rights reserved.
Oceans and now you sail away.
Streamlabs desktop pane.